Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air.
And he's got all kinds of running room. See you later. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Authentic Brand. Shop premium Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Also brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Now live, Hawkeye football is on the air. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show.
You know, it's kind of interesting. The Hawks coming off a bye week, of course, and hoping maybe for a bit of a brand new season to begin here with a big victory on the road at Ohio State today. It feels like the start of football season, certainly with temperatures expected to be in the low to mid 70s at kickoff in Columbus, Ohio today. And, of course, awaiting Iowa in their first trip to the Horseshoe, one of the iconic venues in college football, is the second-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes. Heisman Trophy contenders C.J. Stroud and company certainly have been putting up the points, but a top-5 defense in the Buckeyes as well. And for the Hawkeyes, certainly folks like Riley Moss, first time that everybody has played in the Horseshoe, including Riley, who says that one of the keys today will be to make that high-powered offense earn every yard.
Biggest thing is just handling your responsibility and playing smart football, because the thing about Ohio State is they kill you with the big plays. So if we make them earn it and make them kind of drive down the field, that's a win in our book. So I think just eliminating the big plays and forcing them to kind of have to work for their yardage.
Yeah, everybody remembers the last time, of course, in 2017 when 8 seconds in, Amani Hooker took an interception to the house. May need more of that type of performance today for the Hawks in Columbus. In fact, Little trivia question. The last time that Iowa won in the shoe was 1991. It's one of the few Big Ten venues Kirk Ferentz has yet to get a win in. Maybe that is today, here with an early kickoff off the bye week here for the Hawkeyes. Good morning and welcome to the Authentic Brand pregame show. Andy Peterson along the Hawkeye Radio Network here from Hy-Vee Edgewood Road and Highway 100 in Cedar Rapids, enjoying breakfast this morning with head volleyball coach Jim Barnes coming up as well after that tough loss last night to Ohio State. Rob Brooks will be along with the Hawkeye Roundtable, and of course Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes, features the upcoming men's basketball season with a few of the key pieces. The Hawkeye team bus, powered by the Iowa Soybean Association and fueled by biodiesel, will be waiting at the airport later today to bring the Hawkeyes home. Proudly fueling the team bus, Iowa leads the nation in biodiesel production. Using biodiesel provides cleaner and healthier air, homegrown jobs, and value to every bushel of those soybeans grown here in Iowa, and those soybeans that you're seeing harvested here in the state of Iowa as well. Big shout out to everybody in a combine or a grain cart or a semi doing the harvesting here today. Cleaner, better now. That's biodiesel. Find out more at iasoybeans.com. We get you ready for the Hawks and the Buckeyes. This is the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Love for their quality, comfort, and superior styles. Authentic Brand should be your first choice for game day and everyday gear. Find premium Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com or at find retailers near you. Hawkeye volleyball coach Jim Barnes is next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit emcins.com to find your local agent.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day with premium Hawkeye apparel from Authentic Brand. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
And those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by American Equity, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Arding Creek Winery, Farm Credit Services, Great Southern Bank, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Schneider Graphics. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Well, it's Iowa and Ohio State from Columbus, Ohio today, a matchup that hasn't happened in 5 years. Of course, we have great memories of those. But a matchup that hasn't happened in Columbus in 9 years. 2013 was the last trip the Hawks took to the Horseshoe. Of course, a lot of people remember that 2009 overtime game as well. That was the de facto Big Ten championship game. Hawks were really close to a Rose Bowl trip there. Will it be different today? We certainly hope so, as the Hawks and the Buckeyes kick off at 11:05 here this morning. Andy Peterson and the Hawkeye Game Day Show here along the Hawkeye Radio Network, the authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Hoping to be joined by Iowa volleyball coach Jim Barnes here coming up. There are a couple of reunions of sorts that are going on this week as well. Keegan Johnson, of course, from the state of Ohio, as is tight end Luke Lachey, and he's really been blooming or blossoming as of late, has Lachey. It's been fun to watch him kind of come into his own, if you will. The Columbus, Ohio native had a career-high 4 receptions for 84 yards against the Wolverines, Michigan Wolverines, back on the 1st of October, which included a 5-yard touchdown catch for his first career score. In consecutive games against Rutgers and Michigan, Lachey had 6 catches for 121 yards and 1 touchdown, with a career-long 37-yard reception against the Scarlet Knights on September 24th. Of course, he's the son of Jim Lachey, who is good friends with our own Eddie Podolak and serves as the radio analyst on the Buckeye Radio Network and has for quite a while with the play-by-play voice Paul Keels. And Lachey was talking a little bit this week about sort of a family divide of sorts as he heads home and gets to play in the Horseshoe.
You know, growing up, it was awesome, you know, being around there in that atmosphere. I didn't really expect to play, you know, in there one day when I was, like you said, I can think of so many times I was out there throwing the ball, you know, with my friends or, you know, my uncle's friends, you know, so it was a good time doing that. But, you know, I never really thought I would play in there. So, you know, to be able to go back and play there, it'll be fun. But it's definitely, you know, going to be a good environment for us.
A good environment for us. So maybe a little extra motivation, if you will, for the Hawkeye offense today. I mentioned Keegan Johnson. Of course, he's at the top of the Big Ten or near the top of the Big Ten return-wise as well. And we're looking for big things from him. 4th, I believe, on kickoff returns at about 25 per, and 2nd on the team in rushing, a couple hundred yards, and a team-high 3 touchdowns. So if you're looking for signs of hope and perhaps sources of a breakout for the Hawks today in Columbus, there are a couple of members of the offensive unit, certainly, that have a little bit of extra motivation against this Buckeye team. Hawkeye football brought to you by our friends at the Iowa Egg Council. Dietary guidelines recommend eggs as an important first food for infants and toddlers, as well as for pregnant and lactating women. Eggs are one of the best sources of choline, a nutrient critical for fetal brain development. How do you like your eggs? Well, if it's here at Hy-Vee Wahlburgers, the Market Grill, for breakfast on a Saturday morning, it's certainly scrambled with cheese and a side of bacon. More of the Authentic Brand Game Day Show continuing in just a moment before Iowa and Ohio State, an early kickoff today here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
To have a strong finish, you need an excellent start. It's true on the track and also in the field. That's why Merschman Seeds works tirelessly to deliver cutting-edge technology year after year. This is Joe Merschman, introducing Starting Line, Merschman Seeds' latest advancement in seed treatment, now providing added protection from white mold and sudden death syndrome all season. Ask for Starting Line seed treatment from Merschman Seeds, your friend in the field.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Premium Hawkeye gear for game day and every day. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Get low rates and high yields from Spraytech fertilizers. Yes, get low rates and high yields from Spraytech's Full Tech, the most complete adjuvant on the market. Full Tech offers burn control, better fixation on leaves, better homogenization in the tank mix, mixed drift control, better spreadability, and more. Full Tech is changing the way you treat your crops. Get higher yields and more money in your bank account with Full Tech from Spraytech. Call 515-252-7777 for Full Tech details or visit spraytech.com.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at greatsouthernbank.com. Member FDIC.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Well, I mentioned Ohio State's defense is ranked in the top 5 here coming into the matchup against Iowa as we continue on the Hawkeye Radio Network and the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Iowa's defense rates as the 3rd best scoring defense, giving up just a 9.8 points per game in the first 6 games. Of course, that Ohio State offense is one of the best in the country, so there's one of your key matchups today. Can Iowa hold C.J. Stroud and company in check, or can the Heisman Trophy candidate and hopeful run and throw up and down the field the big play threats on this vaunted Hawkeye defense? If that number holds at 9.8 per game, this is how good the defense has been through the first half of the season. That would be the fewest points allowed in 66 years. And is currently the lowest point total for the program through 6 games since 1956. It is that good, and yet also being overlooked in a lot of cases nationally here before this Ohio State matchup. Andy Peterson is my name. There are some good games around the Big Ten Conference here today as well. Of course, the early games along with Iowa and the second-ranked Buckeyes include Indiana and Rutgers in Piscataway. Then you get into the afternoon games. Northwestern travels to Maryland, and Purdue will visit Wisconsin. That's an intriguing matchup as well. Purdue coming in at 5-2, Wisconsin just 3-4. Talk about what's going to happen in the Big Ten West, and probably not many people saw those 2 records when they were looking at the schedule before the season. But that's what we find today. And then at 6:30 tonight, Minnesota travels to Penn State and Beaver Stadium for a whiteout there in Happy Valley. Of course, the Gophers at 4-2, 16th rated Penn State coming in at 5-1, and Minnesota obviously looking to continue on the path towards the Big Ten West Championship. So we'll look forward to that. We're proud to announce the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital Kid Captain. Today it's 13-year-old Gavin Miller from Ogden, Iowa. Gavin's mother was still pregnant with him and his twin brother when doctors discovered he wasn't releasing urine properly. They placed 2 stents in utero into Gavin's bladder and referred his mother to UI hospitals and clinics for a high-risk pregnancy. Gavin was born with severe kidney failure and received a living donor kidney transplant when he was just 1 year old. Congratulations to Gavin Miller, this week's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital Kid Captain. We're happy to have Eggs hosting our show today here at Hy-Vee Wahlburgers in Cedar Rapids. Nice crowd gathered to have breakfast with us here this morning. And it is the best tailgate or watch party that you can find. And this is your reminder, don't forget the eggs, delicious and a great source of protein. Eggs for all meals. Entertain your clients, employees, and friends at each home game in the Hawkeye Village, powered by our friends at Kubota Hawkeye Village, located inside Dwayne Banks Field. And tailgate packages include game tickets along with catered food and beverage prior to kickoff. The place to go is HawkeyeSports.com for more information. And as an official outfitter of Iowa Hawkeyes, Authentic Brand provides game day approved styles for every fan, including this quarter zip that I've got on today. Shop the premium selection of hoodies, caps, bags, and more at authentic-brand.com or at retailers near you. Iowa number 2, Ohio State from the Horseshoe in Columbus. And we're getting you ready for it on the Authentic Brand pregame show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
One thing I love about Hawkeye football is the teamwork. Not just the players and coaches, but the trainers, support staff, and team doctors. That's the sort of teamwork you should look for in health insurance, too. And with Medicare Advantage plans from Wellmark, you can get all-in-one coverage from their team of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies, plus lots of extra health benefits. It's all the teamwork and support you could ask for with the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. With Wellmark and the Hawkeyes, everyone wins. Check out the plans at wellmarkadvantage.com/touchdown.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, offering unique Hawkeye apparel and premium branded merch. Shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Well, certainly a lot of talk about C.J. Stroud for the opposition today, but also the big play receiver.
Yeah, they're long, athletic. They run their routes very crisp and stuff. So, that's something that sets them aside. And I think also just the way they fit in the offensive scheme for Ohio State is also another thing, too.
Riley Moss, and he knows he's got his work cut out for him. Of course, they haven't thrown at Riley a whole lot this year, so he's licking his chops, just waiting maybe for an Amani Hooker-like performance at the Horseshoe today. Andy Peterson and the Authentic Brand Game Day Show before Iowa and Ohio State. Haven't talked about this since 2017, which is crazy to think about. And 2013 was the last time the Hawks played at the Horseshoe, which means this current crop of Hawkeye football players was the oldest ones were in middle school the last time this game took place. But through the quirks of scheduling in the Big Ten Conference these days, that's kind of how it goes. Eggs are the host of our show today at Hy-Vee Wahlburgers. They don't come with a complicated ingredient list because they contain one ingredient called eggs. At 17 cents a serving, they're the least expensive source of high-quality protein. Pick up some eggs while we're here today and make sure to enter to win some Hawkeye apparel and other prizes that we have each and every week here at Hy-Vee Wahlburgers, courtesy of our friends at the Iowa Egg Council. I have breakfast ready for you here this morning. Had a nice crowd enjoying breakfast with us here at Hy-Vee Wahlburgers. In fact, they've got some college game day specials as well. All-you-can-eat wings and fries a little bit later on by the time we get to kickoff at 11 o'clock. A $5 Hawkeye shake as well. And if you're thinking about a place to go watch some NFL games tomorrow, buy one, get one free starters and $3 drafts at Hy-Vee Wahlburgers here on Edgewood Road in Cedar Rapids. Green State Credit Union is proud to support Kirk's Kids for the 2022 season. Participants in Big Brothers Big Sisters programs throughout Iowa and get to a 10-day Hawkeye home football game, tour Kinnick Stadium, and receive team gear. With contributions totaling more than $3.7 million and staff volunteering over 3,100 hours to support local events and programs, Kirk's Kids is yet another way that Green State Community Credit Union is involved in your community. More of the Authentic Brand Game Day Show continuing as we go high atop the Horseshoe in Columbus. Catch up with the voice of the Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin, getting ready for a men's basketball season here, which, of course, is right around the corner. And Jeff Horner's team coming to town in the exhibition game, which is kind of fun, too. Insist on the Authentic Brand label for your company's merchandise. They're known, of course, for premium Hawkeye apparel and the full-time job, We Speak Farm for the Big Show. But Authentic Brand also outfits many prominent national brands that your clients and your coworkers will love to wear. Ask for Authentic Brand for your next merch project or visit authentic-brand.com. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. For unique Hawkeye apparel and premium accessories, shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
It's Iowa-Ohio State football from Columbus this day. Welcome back to the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. In just a moment, we're going to talk a little Hawkeye hoops, men's basketball. Agriculture is Iowa's economic MVP, scoring $121 billion a year for the state's economy and creating 1 out of every 5 jobs. Support America's farmers. Learn more at americaneedsfarmers.org. When Iowa basketball coach Fran McCaffrey inserted 6'4" junior guard Tony Perkins to the starting lineup midway through last season, things changed for the better. The 205-pound Perkins loved the tough man label and responded as such in the defensive end. His 32 steals were third best on the team. Perkins averaged 7.5 points and a couple of assists. But it was his defense that fueled and sparked Iowa to 4 wins in 4 days in his hometown of Indianapolis. And he knows there's more of that in the tank.
Being more aggressive defensively, offensively, being more aggressive, looking to score, make the right plays, shooting, making people respect me from behind the three, from mid-range and up. So scoring from all 3 levels, defending, and just trying to be a great two-way player.
What do you like about this team, beyond Chris and yourself and some of the other veterans?
I love everything about this team. Everybody's competitive. We push each other every day, and that's something that we need, especially now getting into the real season. And everybody's playing well, everybody's playing good. The freshmen playing good, and everybody else, the vets playing the same, playing good.
Everything's good.
Yes, sir. Everything's good. Always going to be good.
Tony Perkins will share the perimeter with several teammates, including fellow junior Aaron Eulis. They'll get much-needed help, though, from a pair of newcomers, an incoming freshman DeSante Bowen, a top 100 high school recruit from Boston, and Council Bluffs Abe Lincoln star Josh Dix. Bowen played with fellow Hawkeye Josh Agundale at Worcester Academy Prep in New England. The 6'2" Bowen has found Iowa City in the Midwest to his liking.
It's been nice so far. I'm getting real used to it. The summer helped a lot, so now I'm fitting in a lot. It feels like my second home from home.
You've heard about our winters here, right?
I definitely have. A lot of people say I should be prepared, though, because we got a pretty bipolar weather back in the east, so hopefully they're right and I'm prepared for it, but I've definitely heard about it.
What's your feel for this atmosphere for your teammates?
It's great. I'm getting a great feel for them. I think we're gelling together well. I think the only thing we're missing now is some fans in those stands.
There'll be plenty of those here, defending Big Ten champions. Now, if you're going to list the bullet points 1 through 3, 1 being the most important, for the Iowa fan that, okay, what kind of a player is DeSante Bowen? What would be listed number 1, 2, and 3?
I'd say floor general, I'm exciting, and I'm creative.
And no turnovers.
No turnovers.
Bowen will want to find fellow freshman and sharpshooter Josh Dix. Dix, a marksman all-stater from Council Bluffs Abe Lincoln, was a 1,000-point scorer, hitting better than 50% of his shots, and a 3-year captain. The 6'5" Dix suffered a broken leg in the postseason this past March, but has been making up for lost time.
I've been going full speed for since we got back in the fall, so it's been like 5 weeks now. So
So are you saying you're not behind or you're a little behind? Obviously, you missed some workouts.
I mean, I haven't missed any workouts since we got back in the fall. I mean, in the summer, I was missing workouts and stuff. Other than that, I've been good now. So I think I'm right on pace. I'm full speed go right now.
Shots still falling?
Yeah. It's been feeling pretty good lately.
What has Coach told you about your role, first year, freshman year, coming off a bad break?
Yeah, he hasn't really said too much. He just played my game pretty much that I played throughout high school and just continually do that well and try and help the team as much as possible.
A two-time All-State selection, Dix is used to the spotlight. He averaged 17 points as a freshman. He can rebound and run the floor and is an excellent shooter from the foul line. You can hear more of my chats with Tony Perkins, Josh Dix, Aaron Eulis, Desante Bowen, Chris Murray, and Patrick McCaffrey on the Fight for Iowa podcast, available now on your favorite podcast platform. Hawkeye hydration stations in Kinnick Stadium are sponsored by Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio with locations throughout the concourse. We encourage all you Hawkeye fans and visitors, too, to bring your reusable water bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. Delta Dental of Iowa, the farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share. We wrap up the Authentic Brand Game Day show after this. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC, learn more at emcins.com.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day in Authentic Brand apparel. Shop premium branded merch and Hawkeye gear. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hog fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
Countdown to kickoff, Iowa and Ohio State from Columbus for the first time since 2013. Play-by-play voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes, Paul Keels, joins me. Paul, great to see you as always. It's been a while, and a couple of bye weeks for both you and the Hawkeyes. And Ohio State obviously rolling through the first 6 weeks of the season. You never know if byes are good or do you want to keep playing, but certainly for health, it always seems to help a little bit.
Well, Rob, I think that's kind of the biggest hope for Ohio State, that some guys that have been banged up and that missed some time, that they'll be able to get back into the role, especially Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's played parts of 2 games. They haven't needed him, which is kind of almost criminal to say, and it would be nice to see the 2 tailbacks, Mayan Williams and Travion Henderson, both who've had some issues with being banged up at different times. Hopefully they can get them back. But, despite all of that, there's some injuries in the secondary that have been a little bit of a concern too, but this team has played really well today.
Averaging 50 points in 3 Big Ten games. Has it been consistent, quick strikes? What's been most impressive?
It's been some of everything. They've had a number of 80 and 90 play drives. There have been some quick strikes. And that's the thing, Rob, that's so exciting about this team with what they can do on offense. Everybody knows about C.J. Stroud throwing the ball, the great group of receivers and the tight ends, but, they can run the ball and really kind of take advantage of the line of scrimmage. To go back to the opening game against Notre Dame, when they really needed a drive to finish off the game, they were able to, I think it was over 7 minutes to kind of put the game away in the fourth quarter. Travion Henderson averaged about 7 yards per carry in that. So that's what kind of excites you about this team. They have the ability to really do things offensively, both running and throwing. And that was something they didn't have last year. They had some explosive runs, but not consistently like they do this year.
Is the game plan typically going in 50-50 pass run?
Ideally, but, Ryan Day is also one of those coaches, Rob, that it's, they're going to take what the defense gives them. I think back to, I think it was the Rutgers game, where Rutgers was just determined they were not going to let Ohio State go deep on them, so they still did it defensively that way, and they were able to run the ball. Mayan Williams had the great game that he had with 5 touchdowns. So I think they go in with that idea, but then they adjust to what the defense shows them.
And obviously up front has been really solid so far this year as well.
It really has, and I think what's helped that, Rob, is it's an experienced group. Now, some of them are playing different positions this year, but, Donovan Jackson was a backup who played a lot. Paris Johnson was guard last year. He's a tackle. And Luke Whippler at center is maybe the under-talked-about guy. He kind of took over the starting center job the week leading into the opener last season because of issues Harry Miller was having, and has just done an outstanding job. So they've done a great job protecting C.J. Stroud and assisting the running.
So far, so good if you're a Buckeye, right?
So far, so good. It has been, yeah. But I think now, and the other part, Rob, as you know, was everybody was anxious to see how they would improve defensively, and so far they've shown they have improved significantly.
We'll be back with more with Paul Keels, the play-by-play voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes after the break. Insist on apparel and accessories with the Authentic brand label for your company's next merchandise project. Ask for it by name or visit authentic-brand.com to get connected to an authorized partner near you. Hawk fans, cheer on those Mershman Seeds quarterback sacks by the Black and Gold during today's game. A $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital will be made for every Hawkeye sack by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. Insist on apparel and accessories with the Authentic brand label for your company's next merchandise project. Ask for it by name or visit authentic-brand.com to get connected to an authorized partner near you. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, the official outfitter of our game day crew in Learfield. Shop Hawkeye gear today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Well, Paul, you mentioned the defense. Some of the names that have really stood out to you so far.
Tommy Eichenberg and Steele Chambers, the two linebackers. And they're guys that played a lot last year. Steele Chambers 2 years ago was a running back, moved from running back to linebacker. And really toward the end of the season, you could see, Rob, he got some traction there. Tommy Eichenberg's a guy that had a phenomenal game in the Rose Bowl, and it's continued from there. A guy that's really done a great job moving sideline to sideline. And what that's done is it's taken pressure off the secondary and that defensive line, a constant rotation of people. They don't have a Bosa or a Chase Young, but guys that as a group have been able to be disruptive when they've needed to be.
Well, it's kind of interesting with your partner today, huh? How's he going to handle this? How are you going to handle it?
You know, Rob, the rest of us in our group have probably been outwardly more excited than Jim. Yeah. And the main reason, we're just happy that he gets his chance to see his son play. He saw him about 4 times last year, but the way the schedule is this year, this will be the only time. So, you know, Jim will be right down the middle. He'll be the way that you would expect he would be. Inside, I'm sure it's, you know, a lot of excitement, but for the rest of us, we're just excited for him that he gets a chance to see Luke play.
Yeah, and Luke's had a great season so far. Is there maybe an iPad or something off to the side while Iowa's playing?
Yeah, that's been the case, but, you know, Jim's been really good about not letting it distract him from what's going on with the Ohio State games. But, you know, during the Iowa-Michigan game, and the game here hadn't quite started, but we were all watching and saw when Luke caught that touchdown against Michigan, and we're all sitting there bumping him on the shoulder and, you know, just happy for him and, you know, and happy for Ann because she's the one that's put on all the miles along with the other kids going back and forth to Iowa City and the other Big Ten places. And, you know, we all remember Luke when he was a little guy running around in the parking lots here. So it's really a great story and a great thing, and we're happy for Jim and Ann.
Paul, great to see you.
Likewise, you too, Rob.
Paul Keels, the fine play-by-play voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. This has been the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Thank you to Authentic Brand for providing our Hawkeye apparel for today's game at Columbus. You can shop these same premium styles at authentic-brand.com or in fine retailers near you. Step up your game day look and make Authentic Brand your label of choice. Gary Dolphin and Ed Podolak are on deck with the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
At the Machine Shed, award-winning pork entrees are our specialty. Try the Parmesan Crusted America's Cut, charbroiled and served with a mushroom white wine sauce, or a roasted stuffed Iowa chop. This center-cut bone-in chop is stuffed with a apple raisin dressing and glazed with an apple whiskey sauce. Your meal is never complete without one of our homemade apple dumplings. See you for dinner.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Honey, great news. I'm a VIP.
That's sweet. Don't forget the trash.
In life, not everyone recognizes you as the VIP you are, but the Iowa Lottery does.
We got a medium chai latte for VIP. VIP.
Join our VIP club by signing up at ialottery.com/VIP for exclusive Play It Again promotions, surprise contests, and even free plays. See how it works at ialottery.com/VIP because everyone is a very
sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Shields, right there with you. And by Bud & Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Here we go! Now live, this is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle pregame show.
We're in Columbus, Ohio for the Hawkeyes and the Buckeyes. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our Hawkeye pregame coverage, courtesy of Authentic Brand and Wiffles Hybrids. I'm Gary Dolphin alongside former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. This is, we talk about blue blood programs all the time. This stadium is as blue blood as it gets, Eddie, going back 60, 70 years ago when Woody Hayes and Forrest Evashevsky were young coaches.
Well, and it's the way it's cantilevered. It's the loudest in the Big Ten, 101,000
it's
here
110
today.
Now. They've added a layer at the top of the south end zone.
Oh, my. I wouldn't even go up there. The blimp is lower than it.
It's, we got here, oh, man, we were driving in here around 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning, Iowa time, and there were thousands of tailgaters out there whipping up breakfast. Pretty easy to get season tickets for a program like this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not tough to fill the stadium. It's a big city. It's 1.6 million
it is.
Here in Columbus.
State capital.
Yeah, and they have had such great following for generations. So I'm sure a lot of these tickets are passed down through generations. They never hit the streets.
Let's go back 2 weeks ago. The Hawkeyes heartbreaking loss at Illinois on Saturday night when they thought they had a strip fumble and a run for a game-winning touchdown. It was overruled. Illinois held on for a 9-6 victory. The Hawks faced a very stiff defense, and Brett Bielema's Fighting Illini. So they went back to work after a few days off. You'll hear from Kirk Ferentz shortly on that. And there's not a whole lot you can do in the middle of a season when you're trying to push the right buttons offensively and you're struggling with injuries and inexperience. But what happened the 2 weeks off?
Well, I think the main thing is to get people well. You know, they'd been through 10 weeks of preseason plus games, and that wears on you. You know, this season's a lot longer than it used to be. It used to be 8 games. Then it went to 10. Now it's 12. And then where's it 14 now? With the bowl games it is. But, you know, that's a lot of bumps and bruises. And I think the main thing is, like you said, you can't make major changes in a bye week in what you do offensively or defensively or special teams. But you can help people get well. Get them in the whirlpool and get a massage and stay off your feet for a couple days.
This Ohio State offense has been well chronicled all week leading up to this game. It's the number 2 scoring offense in the country, number 2 or 3 in total yard. I mean, they're top 5 in every major statistical offensive category, which takes away some of the hype that should be directed toward the defense, because the defense is almost equally as good.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just looking at the stats. Ohio State's had 44 plays of 20 yards or more. And as our defense has said, and we've got to keep them from making the big play on offense. But on defense, if you look at their roster, they have a lot of fifth-year guys, fourth-year guys who've played a lot of games. And as Kirk had mentioned to us, you'll hear it later in your interview with him, but they rotate a lot of people on defense.
And when you're the number 2 team in the country, very well could be the number 1 team in the country. When you have a wealth of talent that you can rotate, you're fresh in the last minute of the game as you are in the first minute.
Yeah, and you know, as people, a lot of these younger players, they get their turn in there. The veterans start, and then the younger players get their turn. It's, you know, it's a difficult process that we're going to have to face today here at the Big Shoe.
My deal is just move the chains. Get some first downs on offense. Give the defense as much rest as you possibly can, because you know the defense will hold you in there, defense and special teams.
Yeah, and but the defense has got to be very careful with these wide receivers too. You can't let them get behind you because they are really good at doing that. So I'm sure that Phil Parker's got something up his sleeves, and we'll do the best we can on defense, which is usually good enough.
Well, it starts with the focal point of the defense, the Iowa defense, is quarterback C.J. Stroud. He's a third-year sophomore. 2 weeks ago at Michigan State, he completed 21 of 36 passes for 360 yards and 6 touchdowns. Now, it's back-to-back games. He's tied a school record with 6 touchdown passes in the last 2 games each, against Rutgers and then Michigan State. He's completing nearly 70% of his passes, 24 touchdown throws to 3 interceptions.
I think his rating is over 200, isn't it? I've never heard of that number before, but I was reading, and his quarterback rating is like 219 or something. So, you know, but then if you're going to, you spend time trying to stop him, they've got 2 running backs that'll run you over too.
Yeah, Mayan Williams and Travion Williams, they average 7.5 and 6 yards a carry. I mean, they run. Old coach used to say they run angry, and that they do. You know, we haven't even mentioned the offensive line. They got an All-American at left tackle, Paris Johnson. They've got 2 all-conference players at the guards. Typical Ohio State, big, and they can run over you.
Yeah, and they're always very, very athletic, and you know they're 6'6", 6'8" in the front line, and the one running back is 5'8", 222 pounds. Now, how can you find him behind all those big offensive linemen?
This offense is a monster truck looking to run over Iowa today. We think otherwise, that the Hawkeye defense will certainly do its part if they don't have to spend all afternoon on the field. That's Ed Podolak. He'll be back later with his keys to the game. Right now, it's time for the Hawkeye historical winning moment. Always sponsored by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more just minutes south of Iowa City. The Hawkeyes haven't won here since 1991 when Iowa edged the Buckeyes 16-9. That was a memorable day, really a tragic, a memorable weekend. The night before the game, Iowa learned of an on-campus shooting back in Iowa City as disgruntled graduate student Gang Liu murdered 5 people at Van Allen and Jessup Halls. And we remember those victims 21 years ago: Christoph Gertz, Robert Allen Smith, Dwight Nicholson, Tian Cleary, and Linois Shan. Late that night, Bob Bowlesby, athletic director, and Coach Hayden Fry met to discuss what the team could do to honor the victims. And then equipment manager Doug Garrett suggested that they strip the Tiger Hawk decals off the helmets. I remember that game so well. And an inspired Hawkeye team led by quarterback Matt Rogers upset the Buckeyes 16-9. Matt ran for 1 touchdown, passed for another. As I guess it wouldn't have been an upset. The Hawks were ranked 11th, the Buckeyes number 13. But a great effort coming into this building to defeat Ohio State was duly recorded. Leroy Smith set a school record in that game with 5 sacks.
Yeah, well, he was something as a edge rusher. Now they would call him an edge rusher. He was a defensive end. Played very many years in the NFL after playing at Iowa also.
Iowa took the lead on a 61-yard reception and score by tight end Alan Cross on a crossing route, as a matter of fact, from Rogers. Jeff Skillett's 30-yard field goal concluded the scoring, and Iowa knocked off the Buckeyes here 16-9. Oh, see that again play out would be wonderful for football history at the University of Iowa today. That's our Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Football. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When it comes to selecting your seed corn partner, you've got a choice to make. At Wiffles Hybrids, we've made a choice too, a choice to remain independent, a choice to remain farm family owned, a choice to stay American. So when it's time for you to make your choice, make a statement. Plant your independence, plant Wiffles. Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta is on deck. We'll hear from Gary next here from Columbus as the Hawkeyes get set to take on the Ohio State Buckeyes. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hi, Gary Dauphin here. My Game Day apparel features the premium Authentic brand label. Authentic brand products are preferred by national corporate brands and should be your gear of choice too. Insist on the Authentic brand label from your supplier for your next merch project. Or visit authentic-brand.com and find an authorized distributor near you.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Welcome back to the Horseshoe in Columbus, Ohio, one of the great venues in all of college football. Of course, we're delighted it's in the Big Ten, and so is Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. You know, Gene Smith is the AD here. Gene used to be over in Ames, and I know you guys go way back with your relationship.
Yeah, I was at that point in time, I was at the University of Northern Iowa as an assistant athletic director to Bowlesby when Gene was the AD at Iowa State. So really, Gene, I consider him a great friend. We've been doing this for a long time together.
And he has continued the excellence of the Ohio State Buckeyes, especially with his football program. Speaking of football programs, yeah, it's been a rough year for the offense, first half of the season, and there's a lot of coaches out there that have the answers to do it the right way. You know, I remind people only Ohio State and Michigan have more wins than the Hawkeyes in the last 3 or 4 years. Now, I don't know that salves what's going on right now, but you're the AD. Everybody's under your watch. What have the conversations been like the last couple of weeks with Coach and Brian and the rest of the staff?
Well, you start with acknowledging how the fans are feeling. It's the same way the players and the coaches. You know, we've not come even close to performing at a level we want to perform at. That's where you start, and then you go into. I'm so grateful and appreciative and admire our players, just the attitude they have in practice every day. The coaches, while it hasn't been going well, the attitude hasn't waned at all. And so we have 6 games left, and the conversations have been, you know, there's no magic button. You can't, you know, I don't find it in my office. I know Kirk doesn't have one in his office. So you do make adjustments, but you can't just in the middle of a season. Change an entire offensive scheme. So you take the positives that you have, you build on them. And again, what I marvel at and appreciate is just the way those student athletes come to work every day and just try to make themselves better.
And better they will be going forward as guys heal up bodies and gain some valuable experience. Let's look ahead to the future. The upgraded football schedules should be out next week, you think?
Yeah, the COVID year threw everybody for a loop. As everybody knows, we had only 8 games that year, and it kind of reshuffled the deck. So the 23 schedule is late, but it'll be out. We anticipate, the Big Ten anticipates putting it out next week. And then a little bit later in the year, maybe into the winter, with the USC, UCLA, and 24 and beyond, coming out with our new strategy there, which I'm excited to get that moving.
But nothing's plugged in date-wise with USC or UCLA yet?
No plug-ins. One of the goals that we've set is, we haven't been back here since 2013.
Almost 10 years.
And so obviously none of these players have ever been here. And so one of the goals is to see if we can come up with a system and a schedule where every athlete who's at their institution for 4 years gets a chance to play in every venue at least once in the Big Ten.
I was reading this week, yesterday, where the powers that be have decided to park the expansion of the college football playoffs, at least park that subject for the near term or the short term, perhaps readdress it before the year's over.
Yeah, it's a process, and they knew coming in that in order to pull this off in 24 and 25, I think everybody's agreed that it'll happen at 26. But is there a way to have it happen sooner, 24 and 25? And just a lot of complications with, dates and venues and bowl contracts. And so I know they took another bite of the apple the last couple of days. That did the commissioners. And I know they're still working on it. So we'll see where it comes out.
Yeah, they'll find an answer to probably not satisfy everybody, but most people. Hey, let's end with a shout-out to our buddy Greg Morris, longtime Iowa athletic equipment manager, football equipment manager. He's missing his first game in 35 years today, and he's back in Solon listening and healing up. He was in a terrible car accident here a little more than a week ago, and we're delighted to say he's on the mend. He's not totally out of the woods, but he's beat up and doing well.
He said to me, and he would be the first to tell Hawkeye fans that he feels fortunate that he's still alive and still with us. It was that significant. I know that surgeries, he praised the UIHC staff everybody. He actually, I talked to him a couple of days ago, and then he actually made a surprise visit before the group took off, and so I know everybody appreciated that. It's good to see him, and Greg, I know you're listening. Go Hawks. Just take care of yourself and come back when you're ready. But in the meantime, we got you.
He never could sit still, so it doesn't surprise me that he snuck out of the house, even under Lynn's watch.
Yes, he has great care. I hope he's being a good patient for Lynn.
I doubt that, but Lynn will take care of him. So, Greg, all the best, buddy. We're thinking about you, praying for you. Gary, thanks. Enjoy the upset today.
Go Hawks.
Go Hawks. Hey, Cenex is proud to celebrate University of Iowa football. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally by Cenex. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Every year, corn growers have a choice to make, and that choice is like a stake in the ground. One that says staying independent, staying family-owned means something on your farm. So plant your independence. Plant Whiffles. The Hawks hope to plant a stake in Dracula, Ohio State today with Halloween right around the corner. We're back to Columbus in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
What are you craving? The Wigan Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wigan Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Welcome back to the building affectionately known as the Shoe, the Horseshoe in Columbus at Ohio State University, and soon there'll be better than 100,000 patrons in here. A few of them will be wearing black and gold. We'll hear from Ohio State coach Ryan Day in just a moment. First, though, we're sponsored by Shelter Insurance for your auto, home, and life. Visit your local agent or find us on the web at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter. The state of New Hampshire's motto is live free or die, and New Hampshire native Ryan Day embodies the Granite State's in-your-face aggression and assertiveness with his Ohio State program. New Hampshire, of course, born out of the Revolutionary War, one of the 13 original states. Day is in his 5th year with the Buckeyes and 20th as a coach. He's low-key, by the book, and an excellent recruiter. The second-ranked Buckeyes are the very definition of complementary football. Day used the bye week to improve his team in all 3 phases.
Yeah, I think it allows us the opportunity to take a step back and look at where we're at and like rebite on things, just little things like how we meet, how we go out to practice, how we stretch, how we go through our individual drills, identify our techniques and fundamentals that we need to get better at, because what happens, 6 games in, you start to focus a little bit more on scheme. So I think we did a good job of that. But again, the emphasis this week will be on Iowa, but we still will be hammering the fundamentals and techniques, because that's what Iowa does such a great job with. I think that they're very, very good with their pad level, great with their hands. They understand their offense and defense better than you. That's their goal. You can tell that. And they play good complementary football. So hopefully this off week has allowed us to rebite in that area.
How good is Ohio State's offense with quarterback C.J. Stroud behind the wheel? Since scoring a team-low 21 points at Notre Dame on opening day, the Buckeyes have averaged 54 and totaled 614 yards at Michigan State 2 weeks ago. Their 41 touchdowns are tops in the country and 6 more than number 2 Alabama. Their best wide receiver, All-American Jackson Smith-Njigba, hurt in the season opener, is back today. That said, Day feels there are many zones his team can improve in.
I think our guys know that. I think that's why they come in hungry every day to get better. We know the issues are there, and we have to identify those and be introspective enough to recognize those and get them fixed after a game, even if we've had a lot of success. So, and then the other thing is just staying disciplined enough not to think that you've arrived or that you have a really good offense. It doesn't mean anything going into this game. We got to bring it every single week, and that's why practice is so critically important. Taking pride in your execution, playing with great pad level, understanding how important the ball is. Playing really good in situational football. I mean, all these things don't just happen because we've done it in the past or that we have good players. Or
Day's description of the Iowa defense his team faces today is pretty commonplace. Pad level and hand placement are textbook, so well coached. They keep everything in front of them and force you to make plays the length of the field.
They know how they're going to get attacked, and they have years and years and years of teams game planning them. So they know the slight adjustments they need to make in order to stop what's going on. And I think it all starts from the coordinator and comes down to the type of players that they have. They're tough, they're accountable, they understand the scheme really well. Just the minute you think that, they're not going to change it up, they do, and very well coached. So, there's a reason why they're ranked so high in and year out. They're one of the better defenses in the country. They do a great job, and so this will be certainly a challenge for the offense. And they force you to execute the thing all the way down the field and get their hands on a lot of balls, and we know I've been there before. So, and seen it against these guys live and in color. So it's something we got to talk to our offense about, make sure they understand how important the ball is here.
Today marks the first meeting since the 2017 decimation by the Hawkeyes over the Buckeyes, 55-24 in Iowa City, the 5th most points ever scored on Ohio State. The first play from scrimmage saw the versatile Hawkeye safety Amani Hooker intercept quarterback J.T. Barrett's pass for a touchdown. That game left a scar on then quarterbacks coach Ryan Day, and it doesn't go away.
That was a tough day for all of us. So, yeah, anytime you have a scar like that, it's real. And, we've talked about it a lot to our staff. We talked a lot about it to our players. We've talked a lot about, as an offensive staff, and we'll continue to talk about it. This team, was always difficult to beat. Doesn't matter what year it was or what year it is. And that year was no different than it is this year.
Most coaches don't worry about revenge, but there's no doubt the Buckeyes will be playing with a little extra emotion this afternoon against the Hawkeyes. Ohio State hasn't lost a conference game here at the Horseshoe since a 17-14 defeat to Michigan in 2015. 27 consecutive wins have followed. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels, Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Hi to Michelle and the crew at the Homewood Suites out in Coralville. The University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update is next. You're listening to the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I'm an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these three important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
From sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At MidAmerican Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Playing games with your bills?
Duck. Goose.
Quit the runaround and consolidate them into one low monthly payment with a home equity line of credit from Community Choice. Now with a special introductory rate of just 0.99% APR for your first 6 months. Plus, no closing costs. Get started online in less than 60 seconds by going to unbankwithus.com. Low-rate HELOCs with no closing costs from Community Choice. Unusual? Nah, it's unbanking. Loan subject to credit approval analysis. See credit union for details.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Welcome back on the sidelines as we get set for Iowa and Ohio State from Ohio Stadium. It's time for the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update, and certainly some good news. As you've probably heard already today, wide receiver Deontay Vines, who's been out with a wrist injury all season, is available today. So he's got a real chance to play for the first time this year. Defensive lineman Yahweh Black has been working his way back from a foot injury since he sustained that in the South Dakota State game, the opener of the season. Is questionable for today. One offensive lineman the Hawkeyes do get back. Nick DeYoung is good to go today after not playing at Illinois. Now two players that are out. Terry Roberts, it was announced earlier this week that he will not play due to a lower leg injury. And also offensive lineman Jennings Dunker is out today against the Buckeyes. For Ohio State, some key people on the skill position side of things on the offensive side of the ball, as wide receiver Jackson Smith Njigba who last season had a Big Ten record 1,606 yards receiving, was a honorable mention All-American, had a terrific Rose Bowl. He hasn't played much this year, just parts of 2 games. He's missed the last 3 due to a hamstring injury, but is available today. So we'll see if he is on the field for Ohio State. Running backs. Travion Henderson, who has 69 carries for 436 yards, left the last game with an injury, is expected to play today. Mayan Williams did not play the last game against Michigan State. Is probable for today with 497 yards, averaging 7.8 yards per carry. So the bye week helpful for Ohio State as well due to injury situations. That is a look at the University of Iowa Sports Medicine injury update. It's now time for the Field Conditions Report, brought to you by Kubota dealers like Morning Sun Farm Implement in Morning Sun. Well, on the banks of the Olentangy River, 100-year-old Ohio Stadium opened back in 1922. And then in 1923, a cinder track was added, later upgraded to an all-weather track. Of course, the track program here has been outstanding at Ohio State. And then the track was removed in 2000 during renovations and expansion. It was a grass field from 1922 until 1970. AstroTurf took over 1971 to 89. Back to natural grass 1990 until 2006. Field turf since then. The Scarlet O at midfield, trimmed in gray and white. Getting ready for the Hawkeyes and the Buckeyes. Don't forget to save on the versatile Kubota M7 tractor, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Get the Kubota M7 tractor for 0 down and 0 APR for 60 months, plus 8,000 loyalty cash reward now through December 31st. See your local dealer or go to KubotaUSA.com. To experience the power of Kubota, visit Morning Sun Farm Implement in Morning Sun. Up next, Gary Dolphin chats with Hawkeye head coach Kirk Ferentz. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from their field.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
When it comes to choosing a Medicare Advantage plan, Blue is affordable. Blue is convenient. Blue is staying healthy. And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one plans including medical and drug coverage, plus health benefits like dental, vision, hearing, fitness, and more. Some available at $0 premiums. Compare plans at wellmarkadvantage.com. Wellmark Advantage Health Plan is a PPO and an HMO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Wellmark Advantage Health Plan depends on contract renewal.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
Hawk fans, are you looking to travel in style like the Iowa Hawkeyes? WindStar Lines provides luxury charter bus service, van service, and employee shuttles. We travel throughout the Midwest, providing ground transportation service to or from anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. With multiple locations throughout the Midwest, call WindStar Lines to transport your group. Our friendly, safe drivers will get you to your destination in style. Visit GoWindstar.com to book your travel plans today.
Welcome back to Columbus, Ohio, and the Horseshoe, where the Hawkeyes and the Buckeyes will kick off shortly. Game time temperature of about 70 degrees. It's a cloudless sky, just a beautiful Saturday morning here in the great state of Ohio. Iowa Corn and Quickstar are partnering to give you a chance to win tickets to the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series matchups. Simply visit any participating Quickstar in Iowa through November 13th. Fill up with 8 or more gallons of unleaded 88 and use your Quick Rewards card, and you are automatically entered for a chance to win tickets. For more information and official rules, visit quicktrip.com/sweepstakes. Get pumped to win with Iowa Corn and Quickstar. Well, the Hawkeyes worked long and hard on answers for the offense over the bye week. Now, they do get wide receiver Deontay Vines back. He is available today after a long injury layoff, and all weapons are needed on deck. And, you know, for all the headline stealing that Ohio State's offense commands, and deservedly so, its defense is 5th nationally and 3rd in the Big Ten, led by linebackers Tommy Eichenberg and Steele Chambers, and down linemen Turan Vincent and J.T. Toamaloa. It's a 3-3-5, kind of a quirky-looking D, one that Coach Kirk Ferentz calls a real challenge.
You know, everywhere you look on their football team, they've got really good players. They're well coached, and that's what you expect when you play Ohio State pretty much any year, any decade. That's been the history. So very true to their team this year. Really lit on the offensive side, and they get a lot of attention for that, and rightfully so. But defensively, I think that's a major difference in the program right now. From an outsider looking in, we haven't played this team in quite a while, handful of years. So, but looking, watching them last year to this year, they've really made a big defensive jump. I think they've always had talent, but it just seems like they're a little more focused right now, playing together very well, and they just don't give up many points. Look at all the stats categories that count, and they're really ranked very high in all those categories.
Linebackers are their leading tacklers, but really it starts up front. They've got some run pluggers with those tackles especially.
They do. I mean, they're good at all 4 spots up front. They're a 4-man front, and the other thing that jumps out at you when you watch them, they play a lot of players. Like, they've got a lot of players, and they play a lot of players. Those guys are fresh. Their offense does a good job of hanging on to the football, though they're kind of a quick strike outfit at times. So, but the defensive guys are always fresh, and they're well coached, well coordinated. And to your point, the 2 linebackers are really active.
Well, the Hawkeye defense has been lights out all year, Coach. And when this stare down begins today, it's got to start with C.J. Stroud, doesn't it, at quarterback? He's special.
Yeah, for a young player, he really just is in total control out there. And part of that, they've done a really good job, keeping him clean. So it's tough to get to him, tough to get him off his spot, disrupt him. And he's got really outstanding receivers. So capable is really, cutting it short on those guys. And I think they're one guy who's been out is going to probably be back in this ball game. So they've got 4 guys that are really hard to cover, good size, good athleticism, big playability. And, the other thing I would cite, I think their defensive improvement's really notable, at least that's just my opinion. And I think the offensive line play that I've seen this year has been, not that it was bad last year, but these guys are really clicking right now. They're doing a good job.
One of those receivers is Marvin Harrison, the son of the great All-Pro of the Indianapolis Colts for a number of years in the NFL. He and Abuka give them a pretty good 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and their most dangerous guy's been out, I think, all but 2 games. So, you take those 3 guys, and then number 4 he can get down the field pretty good too. So, it's hard to, you can't isolate on one person. There's no way you can do that. They don't, they'll throw the ball to the tight ends, but they're not a big prominent thought. But it's basically they've got 3 outstanding receivers and 2 really good running backs, really good line, and going back to your first point, the quarterback makes it all work.
Coach, this week, Jack Campbell and Torrey Taylor were named to a variety of midseason All-American teams. Well-deserved, and I know you like all your players, but those 2 are pretty special.
Yeah, and I don't know how big I am on the preseason, the midseason stuff or preseason stuff, but in this case, you're talking about 2 guys that are just, they've got quite a resume coming into the year, and then both Jack and Torrey have played very, very well this year as well. So, it's a real credit to both those guys. We'll all be happier if they're on the list at the end of the year. And I think certainly it's realistic for both players. Jack's been a tremendous player, extremely productive, great leader, and great teammate. And Torrey has just, been a breath of fresh air, being so new to football in general. And to watch his improvement over the course of 3 years, it's really impressive.
Sam Laporta went over 100 career receptions in the Illinois game, and what a career he's had for the Hawkeyes, the next in a long line of outstanding tight ends. Consistency is the word I think of when trying to describe Sam, and that's blocking, route running, and obviously pass catching.
Yeah, and he's really been pretty much that way since he's started playing for us 3 years ago. He's just a tremendous young person, great football player, and very consistent in all areas, as you mentioned. And the guy just loves playing football. We just talked about 2 other guys that are pretty good players, and I think it's a commonality with all 3 of those guys. They just enjoy it. They work at it extremely hard, and Sam's had a great career, and really count on him to be really good for us the second half of the season.
The receivers group got some good news this week. Deontay Vines is available. We haven't seen much of Deontay. Describe his character and his play.
Yeah, it's really sad. I mean, he's had just such a unusual and terrible history here medically. Starting with a couple of years ago, he came right out of the box and tore his Achilles, which is a fairly unusual injury for a college player. So he had to overcome that right off the bat, and that was tough. And then he's had some other things he's had to battle, and this year it's a wrist injury. So he's been working hard the last couple of weeks, and finally got cleared this past week to play. So we're excited to have him join us back. He's a tremendous young guy, does a great job in the classroom, just a tremendous young person. But unfortunately, we haven't seen him on the field, so it's great to welcome him back onto the field.
Deontay Vines from the Taft School in Danbury, Connecticut. Just a sophomore, 6 feet, 198 pounds, has great size, wonderful speed, and hopefully Spencer Petras can find him among others today. The Iowa Secretary of State and the Iowa Hawkeyes want you to have a good game plan for the upcoming November 8th election. It's important to make your voice heard by voting. Whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or the comfort of your couch, pick the play that works best for you. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. Voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game and be a voter. Go Hawks. We're roaring through the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When you plant Wiffles, you're not just choosing superior seed corn. You're making a statement, one that says staying independent, staying family-owned, means something on your farm. So make your choice. Plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. Eddie Podolak is coming up next with his Club Car Wash keys to the game. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Reducing energy usage sounds good. Saving money sounds really good. Mid-American Energy helps you do both. Find tips, rebates, and programs for your home or business on our website. It's just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Burger Shed, Grizzly, IMT Insurance, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Iowa Bankers Association, Wild Rose Casino, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Back in Columbus, the Hawkeyes and the Buckeyes about 20 minutes away from kick here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. Time now for Eddie's official car wash keys to the game, courtesy of Club Car Wash, the Hawks' official car wash, the University of Iowa. Unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location near you. You could probably empty all 4 of your pockets and come up, just pick one, and that would be a key to this game in stopping and moving the ball on Ohio State.
Well, it's pretty easy. You got to win on first down. You can't get behind the chains because this defense that Ohio State has is really something. They brought in 2 new defensive, a defensive coordinator and a safeties coach in January of this year, one from Oklahoma State, one from Cincinnati, and as Kirk said in your interview, they have really improved on defense.
To your point, they're allowing 27% conversion on third down. You know, average is like 35. And on the flip side, they're number 2 in the country, 58% converting on third down. Yeah, so well, you're right, first down is huge.
It's on both sides of the ball for sure. They're in the top 10 in all defensive phases. So everybody talks about their offense, but we've got to have something going on our offense so that we don't get behind the chains. We can't end up 2nd and 10 and hope to do anything positive on offense today. We've got to get 4 or 5 yards on first down, and on defense, we can't give them the big play. I know you got to keep the ball in front of you, but these guys can, after they catch it, they can really finish the run too. And the little running back, 5'8", 225, he has I think 5 plays of 20 yards or more.
You speak of Mayan Williams.
Mayan Williams. I can't pick him out down there. He's so short that you can't see him among everybody else. Boy, he'll be big once the game starts. So, you know, this is a game where you can't make any mistakes. You've got to have a big effort all the way around. It's hot down on that field. I mean, we're going to need some suntan lotion here in the booth, the way that sun's coming. But it's better than playing at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. Let's put it that way. So I'm excited about seeing it. A lot of the Iowa band is here, if you can believe that. They're on the field right now.
First time the Ohio State University has ever its band has ever hosted another band in playing at the same time. You know, we haven't even gotten to Script, Ohio yet with the Buckeye Marching Band, which is one of the great musical themes right prior to kickoff that gets this crowd of 110,000 juiced. Right now, the Hawkeyes are down there welcoming the visitors. There are so many ways this Ohio State offense can maul an opposing defense, and you've hit on most of them, but I think you're spot on. As I've watched Ohio State to this point, the big play.
Yeah.
And Iowa's so good at not letting an opponent beat them over the top.
Well, they've had 44 plays of 20 yards or longer, and not all of them by wide receivers, some by running backs. So, they're so finely tuned. You look at that offensive line, all older players, either graduate players, fifth year, fourth year, and they're a well-oiled machine. So you just can't make mistakes and get behind in this game. Everybody knows what they've got to do.
Mm-hmm.
Pad level and hand placement. We've been hearing both coaches talk about that as we listen to the Iowa fight song.
When you're Ohio State, you just throw it out there and say, here it comes, stop us. You mentioned the offensive line. Paris Johnson is an All-American at left tackle. They've got all conference guards in DeJuan Jones and Donovan Jackson. Left guard is Donovan Jackson. Matt Jones is the right guard. DeJuan Jones, no relation, is out there at right tackle. And then Luke Whippler, a former guard converted to center, he's as good as it gets. So they're all veteran. They're all 300-plus pounds. And amazingly, they run block as well as they pass block. Stroud has hardly been touched. They've given up 4 sacks in 6 games.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the sack totals were, and you can't even find them. There's a half a sack one game, half a sack another game, but this Whippler he's in the Remington Award list too. So, the Hawks have been looking at him on film all week. They know that this is a team that was been put together just like most Ohio State teams have, with the best recruits from around the Midwest, most of them from around the Midwest, but they are, well, let's put it this way, I'm glad I'm up here.
You've been down there in your glorious career. We'll talk about some of Eddie's moments against the Buckeyes as the day progresses. For now, those are Ed Podolak's keys to the game, presented by the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Club Car Wash with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. Up next on the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, we've got the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family or community member you'd like to recognize and nominate, please do so at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
And we're not stopping anytime soon.
Winning is more fun at Wild Rose.
From jackpots to cars to cash and more.
We've got 20 million reasons
and more
why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kennick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
The Buckeye Marching Band coming out onto the field, and that slow strut like a bunch of roosters, man. They're erected. They're as firm as you'll ever see, and they of course ultimately end up in Script, Ohio, which is one of the great scenes in all of college football in terms of bands, where one of the tuba players dancing around in a circle with a couple of his buddies, and usually it's a senior, will jump on the eye and dot the eye, and the crowd goes crazy.
Yep, and then it's kickoff time.
Oh, my. Big Ten football, you can't beat it. College football, as great as it is. Brings us to the Mid-American Energy starting lineups here on the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Thanks to Mid-American Energy, a longtime partner with the University of Iowa. For the Buckeyes, C.J. Stroud at quarterback, the redshirt sophomore from Rancho Cucamonga, California. I sound like Johnny Carson. 6'3", 215, 24 touchdown passes to 3 interceptions. We've been talking about him the last 2 hours. He'll turn and hand the ball off to either Travion Henderson or Mayan Williams. Henderson 5'10", 215, averages 6.5 yards a carry. Mayan Williams at 7.8 yards a carry, 500 yards on 64 carries. Mayan has 8 touchdowns. Henderson has 3. Henderson's been beat up the last couple weeks. The best of the wide receivers, Jackson Smith in Jigba. Now, he was running around during the pregame warm-ups, but he's definitely limited by that hamstring. I would think they're going to keep him on the bench unless they absolutely need him. And why would they? Marvin Harrison has 24 catches, a 17-yard average. Emeka Ibuka, a sophomore from Steilacoom, Washington, has 512 yards in his pocket, a 17-yard average and 5 touchdowns. Harrison's caught 6 touchdown passes from C.J. Stroud. The tight end is Cade Stover at 6'4", a junior from Lexington, Ohio, 255 pounds. Up front, they are big, massive, strong, quick, and very, very good. All-American left tackle Paris Johnson, 6'6", 310 from Cincinnati. The right tackle DeJuan Jones, 6'8", 360, senior from Indianapolis. The guards are both all Big Ten. Matt Jones, 6'4", 310, a graduate senior from Brooklyn. And Donovan Jackson, a 6'4", 310-pound sophomore from Bel Air, Texas. Luke Whippler, the guard, he's on the Remington Award watch list, 6'3", 300-pound sophomore from Montvale, New Jersey. Those are the Ohio State Buckeyes offense going against one of the best defenses in the land. The Hawkeyes, led by middle linebacker Jack Campbell at 6'5", 246. The senior from Cedar Falls, 63 tackles. He's top 10 nationally. His buddy to his right is Seth Benson. He's got 51 tackles, 6', 232, a senior concluding a brilliant career at Iowa from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Washington. Logan Klemp, Jay Higgins. They'll provide spot duty at the Leo linebacker. Cooper DeJean will drop down from center to Cash. DeJean, the 6'1", 210-pound sophomore from Oldebo. Riley Moss at one corner. Sebastian Castro at a safety. Kayvon Merriweather at a safety, and of course Cooper DeJean will play corner at times today. Castro's really coming on, a 5'11" junior from Oak Lawn, Illinois. Terry Roberts is out today. Quinn Schulte, the free safety from Cedar Rapids Xavier's having a terrific year. 34 tackles, a handful of pass breakups, and an interception. Riley Moss with 28 tackles, the senior from Ankeny, has one tackle for loss in that number. And Kayvon Merriweather, 28 tackles and a tackle for loss. Up front, Hawks will rotate a lot of guys, but they'll start with John Wagner and Joe Evans at the ends. Logan Lee, outstanding talent from Orion, Illinois, 6'5", 275, a junior. He's got 1.5 sacks, 2.5 tackles for loss among his 27. Joe Evans has a couple sacks. John Wagner has a couple sacks. Noah Shannon, the senior from Aurora, will start at defensive tackle, but we'll see Deontay Craig and Lucas Van Ness and Ethan Herkett, Little Louis Steck, Aaron Graves, and Max Llewellyn, they'll all play today. Of course, the punter for the Hawkeyes is the incomparable Torrey Taylor, averaging 46 yards. 20 of his punts have landed in and died inside the 20. He has been a spectacular All-Big Ten, All-America performer week in, week out. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. This has been the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. At Wiffles Hybrids, we focus on one big thing: developing, producing, and marketing superior corn hybrids. A big part of that is doing all the little things right, no matter how small, to keep our customers coming back. Turns out the little things aren't so little. Wiffles Hybrids, one thing done right, and all the little things too. The Hy-Vee coin toss and kickoff are next from Ohio State. The Hawks and the Buckeyes coming up here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features, because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com. Member FDIC.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
And we're not stopping anytime soon.
Winning is more fun at Wild Rose.
From jackpots to cars to cash and more.
We've got 20 million reasons
and more
why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hello, seafood fans. This is Bruce Gerlman, and I own Splash Seafood Bar and Grill. Have you been to Splash lately? Come back downtown and let me spoil you. White linens, fresh flowers, candlelight, award-winning wine lists, professional staff, and best of all, my fresh fish are jetted in from Hawaii every morning. Enjoy my homemade lobsters, Alaskan king crab, fresh oysters from the cold, clear, clean waters of the Pacific Northwest. My favorite is the surf and turf featuring my hand-cut prime steaks and lobster. Splash, a truly special evening of adult indulgence.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air. Brought to you by Whiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also brought to you by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Buckeye Marching Band just dotted the I with the tuba player. Got Ed Podolak all fired up for a Hawkeye upset here in Columbus. As Jim Zabel used to say, welcome back to the banks of the Olentangy River.
Yeah, you can see it if you're in the blimp.
Yeah, it's behind us here, but this is quite a campus, so expansive. 57,000 students at Ohio State. It's, Gary Barta said it best. If you're an athlete and you don't come here as a student or an athlete, this is why you come to the Big Ten, to play on venues like this.
Yes, and it's a great medical school here too, and just top-notch university all the way around.
And they're sniffing another playoff berth. They feel they're deserving, and based on what they've done so far, 5 straight games of 45 points or more, and the Buckeyes are about ready to emerge from the tunnel. The Hawks are still in the locker room. Kirk will keep them in there until the swarm appears right before kickoff. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Iowa Hawkeye Radio Network. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Football. From Kalmar to Calamus to Cambridge and Cantrell. Welcome into the Hawkeye Radio Network all across Iowa and the Midwest, and listening in on XM Sirius satellite today for Iowa and Ohio State from Columbus. The Buckeyes trotting onto the field. They blow the cannon off. This venerable building celebrating its 100th anniversary today. Think of all the great players, many that you faced back in the 60s, late 60s here, not only in Iowa City, but obviously here. It had to be a thrill.
And played with, Jim Tyre.
Big Jim.
Yeah, and Sensabaugh, the safety.
Mike Sensabaugh. Was Rex Kern...
he did well.
Or he was a little after you, maybe.
Well, no, I played against him. He was. I don't know.
Well, they won a national championship with him. I think it was 1969. Jim Stillwagon.
Yep.
We haven't even gotten to Archie Griffin yet. Pete Johnson. So many great All-American linemen, both offensively and defensively. And to Ed's point, you played with and against many of those alums in the National Football League. Hawks have appeared in the swarm. They're lining up on the sideline now, and we will enjoy our national anthem before kickoff, and then we'll have the Hy-Vee coin toss and the come-and-go kickoff. Beautiful, bright Saturday in Ohio's largest city, the state capital of Columbus. And it's about full. There's some open spots at the top of both end zones, but keep in mind they're still streaming in here, and we'll be close to 110,000 before the day is over. Right now, a moment of silence for our military. The Buckeye Marching Band will perform our national anthem as we honor America. Time now for the Hy-Vee coin toss, sponsored by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of Hawkeye football. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. The captains are about ready to make their way to center field. And while the band clears the field, we'll say happy birthday to Mick from the Hawkeyes. Mick, there in the Iowa City area, big Liberty High School fan, as well as a great Hawkeye fan, and to Noel, Hawkeye class and alum of 1987. Noel, thanks for listening in today, to you and your family. Rob Brooks is down at center field, or walking out there. We've got a familiar referee today, Robbie.
You got it, Dolph. As Jerry McGinn. Haven't seen him so far this year. He is the referee today. Hawkeye captains coming out to center field: Campbell, Moss, Merriweather, and Laporta.
Iowa. Number 31, you're going to speak for your team?
Tails.
Okay. For today's game, we're going to use a special point to honor our military for everything that they do for us every single day. On one side, the Marine Corps emblem, and the other, the United States flag. You're calling tails, which would be the Marine Corps emblem. It is tails.
We want to receive the ball.
You want the ball.
So Jack Campbell says we want to receive the ball. Hawkeyes win the toss, and we'll get that offense started, Dolph. The Hawks and the Bucks. Here we go.
All right, thanks, Robbie. Hawks have won the coin toss 3 weeks in a row, or 3 games in a row now.
And deferred the other times, but they want to keep the ball away from this Ohio State offense. I think that's why they decided they want it.
So at the very least, first downs, chain moving plays, gobble up 5-6 minutes at minimum.
Yeah, I mean,
if you score, great.
Yeah, and it's another field position day, you know, and there's no wind. The flags are just totally limp, so it won't affect any part of the game.
64 degrees at kickoff, winds out of the north to Ed's Point at 6 miles an hour, and bright sunshine here at the Horseshoe. And Jerry McGinn, the referee, Ken Zolmansky, the umpire, the line judge is Mark Bennett, the linesman Bruce Keeling, Jeff Ladowitz is the back judge, Lamont Simpson, the field judge, Galen Williams, the side judge, and Brent Derman is the center judge. Let us know where you're listening in from today. Roger's out in Elma, corn patch combining. Stay safe, Roger. Eric is in the corn patch as well. Of course, this is a big weekend for getting the harvest in the bin. Jim says, have a good call today on Facebook. Go Hawks. We're with you, Jim. Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawkeyes, or Voice of the Hawks. And on Twitter, you can reach us at Gary Dolphin. The kicker for Ohio State has been Jaden Fielding all season long, averaging a little better than 61.5 yards, 19 touchbacks. And the Hawkeyes will drop double safety back. Eddie, at the goal line is Caleb Johnson. He's one of the best in the Big Ten on kick returns, 25.5 yards.
Yeah, he's got a good picture of how to return it too. Now, Ohio State have all their people grouped right in the middle of the field and the ball on the left hash mark. I imagine they're going to spread out before he kicks the ball.
Gavin Williams is back deep with Caleb Johnson. Gavin's up at the 5-yard line, though. He's the up man if they pooch it to Ed's point, as Fielding waits for the signal to kick off, and here we go. Glad you could join us on this Saturday morning kickoff. The Hawkeyes at number 2 Ohio State. Fielding trots up to the football, puts a toe into it, and it's a deep end over end that Johnson takes 1 yard deep, starts up the far hash, gets a block or two, and squirms his way to the 18. And that's where the Hawkeyes will put it in play, 1st and 10. Good downfield coverage by the Buckeyes.
That's interesting because they had really everybody almost inside the hash marks to cover the kick.
I see we got a flag here on the first play of the game.
That's never good news.
No,
it's laying
not on the kick return team.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense, number 9.
That is good news.
Oh. We stand corrected. Taunting is called on Zach Harrison. I don't know where that came from, Ed. I didn't see anything. Well, I guess taunting could be a disguise pretty good down there. I'm guessing one of the officials on the far side heard something.
Yeah.
Like, you're not coming into our backyard. So that helps. 1st and 10 instead of the 18 or 17 at the 32 of the Hawkeyes. Spencer Petras shifts to the gun. The Buckeyes are rushing 4. Petras goes left and throws an interception. First play of the game at the 30-yard line, and it's picked off by Tanner McAllister, and he's down at about the 25. 15-yard penalty against Ohio State, and Spencer throws a pick on the first play from scrimmage.
And he's right there. That cornerback is sitting right in front of where he was trying to go, which was to Sam Laporta, who he had split out wide, and that is just awful.
I'm speechless. 29-yard line of Iowa is where the Buckeyes will put it in play. The Hawks +4 in turnovers on the year coming into today, now +3. Ohio State is +1, and they're going to try and do something with great field position right out of the gate. Here's Stroud with Travion Henderson, the running back. He gets it on 1st down, and they rush into the short side of the field, and Jack Campbell plowed right through 3 red shirts and drops Henderson for a short gain of a yard.
Well, he was and is one of the best linebackers we've ever had at Iowa, and we've had a number.
Of recent vintage, especially. Ohio State going quickly. Stroud's going to throw. Great protection. Now he's flushed. He runs to his right. He's got great escapability. Lobs it downfield. Nearly intercepted by Cooper DeJean on the near sideline. I think he was trying to throw it away, and Cooper, with great closing speed, almost came up with it. The closest guy to the football for Ohio State was Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah, and Wagner was the one that got him on the run, and like you said, he's only been sacked 4 times this whole season.
John came from the blind side. Now Joe Evans is over there. Campbell's showing blitz on 3rd down and 9. This would be a great boost for the defense to get a stop here and at least hold them to a field goal try. Henderson is the tailback. Stroud the quarterback as he's in the pistol. Twin receivers wide right. Likewise, 2 receivers to the wide side of the field. Hawks need to stop and get off the field here. They blitz late. Here's a pass over the middle. Oh, and it's overthrown, but Oh, I think it should have been intercepted. Cooper DeJean was coming up, or Quinn Schulte, excuse me, was coming up to make the hit and never saw the ball.
Oh, and that is just too bad. He definitely could have done that, but a great job by the defense of stopping him after that big turnover.
And Stroud had plenty of time to survey the field. Noah Ruggles will come on for the field goal try off the Spencer Petras interception, on 3rd and 9 at the Iowa 28. Kick will come from the 36. It's a 46-yard attempt. Nothing automatic here. He gets it underway, and it is good. Just tucked it inside the right upright. And the Buckeyes draw first blood off an Iowa turnover and lead 3-0 just 1 minute into the game. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Iowa, the defense, again, to the rescue, limits the damage. The 46-yard field goal by Noah Ruggles. This would be a good job. That's his 4th field goal attempt of the year. I mean, all they do is score touchdowns.
Yeah.
So he's 3 for 4 with a long of 25 before the 46-yarder. The Buckeyes go 1 yard in 4 plays after the Spencer Petras interception. Thank you, Iowa defense, again.
Boy, I tell you, that was a great stand because that momentum could have gotten really out of hand. Now, it looks to me like Ohio State is going to dare us to return kickoffs. Again, they have all 10 of the cover guys in the middle of the field. And we got the ball on the left hash mark. And I think they're going to do the same thing again, just kick it right to the goal line and dare us to return it.
You know, LeVar Woods has talked to Caleb Johnson and Gavin Williams about what to do with this kick as they enticed him to bring it out from a yard deep in the end zone after Tanner McAllister picked off his 2nd pass of the year, one that Petras threw right to him. The Hawkeye defense revved up, held him to 3. So it's 3-0 with 14:02 to go in the first quarter. Now here's Caleb Johnson. He just lets that one sail out the back of the end zone. And the Hawkeyes will come out to the 25 good field starting position. Each and every game day kickoff is brought to you by our friends at Come and Go. Hawk fans stop in at Come and Go before and after the game and experience a fresh perspective on convenience. At Come and Go, you'll find a wide selection of snacks and drinks and more healthier, fresh food options, too. You can always find what you deserve at Come and Go. Order ahead via the Come and Go app, and we'll bring it right to you curbside. Come and Go, a fresh perspective.
Caleb Johnson starting at tailback. He was in there on the first play also.
Hawks go double tight. Run heavy package, twin receivers to the wide side. Petras on a play fake, rolls out to his right, throws on the run and overshot the intended receiver. Nico Reganey. Would have been a short gain of a couple. Ohio State outstanding in man coverage. J.K. Johnson, the left corner, right there with him.
Right in his hip pocket. No place to put the ball.
There's that speed
Johnson, a redshirt freshman from St. Louis, DeSmet High School football factory. Now Brody Breck in the game, splits wide right. They go double slot that way with Reganey and Sam Laporta. And Luke Lachey will get his shots today. Now the draw handoff to Caleb Johnson, and he powers forward for about 3. It'll be 3rd down and 7. Cody Simon, the middle linebacker. Now they play everybody on defense. He's in there for the starter, Steele Chambers. Tommy Eichenberg, their leading tackler, 235-pound junior from St. Ignatius in Cleveland. So the Hawkeyes have their first 3rd and long of the day.
Yeah. Look at those 2 defensive tackles. They're big as freight cars.
And with that said, Petrus backs up into the gun. Hawks go diamond formation to the short side of the field. Petrus looking that way. He gets hit as he lets the ball go and nearly intercepted again. Sam Laporta was double covered.
Yeah, number 35.
That's Eichenberg.
Had his eyes in the backfield. He's an All-American middle linebacker.
So the Hawks will punt it away with Torrey Taylor. Might be their best weapon as Ohio State.
You'll probably see a lot of action today.
The Buckeyes they got a new face out there dropping back into a single punt return coverage. It's Kurt Williams, and he fair catches at the 24-yard line. So Torrey Taylor, with as usual a good effort, punts it from his own 28-yard line to the Ohio State 24. That's where C.J. Stroud and company will go to work. When we come back, Iowa trailing Ohio State with just 2 minutes gone in the first half, or first quarter, excuse me. It's the Buckeyes 3 and Ohio State nothing after a 48-yard Torrey Taylor punt. Play resumes after this. From Columbus, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? Ah, that's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, and there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hawkeye football from Ohio State. We've played only 2 minutes. 3-0 Buckeyes, an Iowa turnover on the first possession. An interception thrown by Spencer Petras. Iowa's defense held the Buckeyes on 3 straight downs, and on 3rd and 9, Ruggles booted a 46-yard field goal. Now the Hawks go 3 and out. It's an odd beginning to this game, and let's hope the Iowa defense can somehow get the ball back quickly.
Well, yeah, and their coverage was so tight on our receivers. We had one running play for 3 yards, Caleb Johnson, and 2 incomplete passes and almost an interception.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages. Score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. And we're brought to you today by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Find your new agent and the right coverage for your company's assets at emcins.com. HawkeyesBrand.com. Hawks are going to rush 4 as C.J. Stroud, the redshirt sophomore, back out on the field. The Buckeyes go empty. They have twin receivers both ways. Here's the snap. He's straight back to pass. Hawks blitz him late and a knockdown. And Joe Evans jars the ball loose. It's touchdown Iowa. Joe Evans with a two-hand hit to the chest of C.J. Stroud sent him hurtling through the air. And when he hit the ground, he didn't have the football. And Evans picks it up and takes it in for a touchdown.
Oh, my goodness. That's a tackle in twist. Evans was lined up outside, came around the tackle.
And came free.
Came free. And, man, knocked the ball out and scored 7, and we've got a football game.
A heavyweight puncher there. He punched him right in the chest, knocked him down, and then scooped the ball up. And the pride of Ames High School gives Iowa the lead at 6-3, and we played 2 minutes. Touchdown, Joe Evans. Wow, what a play by one of the Big Ten's better sack masters. Now the try for point after from Drew Stevens. Young man from South Carolina. Here's the snap, the hold by Taylor, and the boot is right through. Hawkeyes 7, Ohio State 3. All right, statisticians. How often has Ohio State been behind this year?
Well, they were behind
at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to guarantee you, but I'll bet that was the only time they trailed. The Shields scoring drive, 11 yards. Joe Evans with a sack, forced fumble, scoop, and a touchdown, and the Hawkeyes lead at 7-3. That took one play. Hawk fans, make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear this holiday. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. That's a Mershman Seeds quarterback sack. That's a Spahn and Rose hammer hit. That's everything. Joe Evans. Mershman Seeds donates $150 every time there's a Hawkeye sack by the defense. Who benefits? University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Stunned this crowd. Very, very quiet crowd right now.
Well, the Iowa band's whooping it up down there, along with the Hawkeye fans that are in here today. And Iowa gets ready to kick off with a 7-3 lead. Make your backyard a place to stay, a place to laugh with friends and love with family. Live beautiful memories for years to come with a Fiber on deck. Imagine the possibilities with Fiber on from Spahn and Rose. After the game, go to fiberondecking.com or stop by your local Spahn and Rose lumber location to learn more. Start here and finish with perfection. Spahn and Rose, buy easier, build better. 15th career sack for Joe Evans results in his first touchdown. Here's a line drive kick into the end zone that is a touchback. Nailed on by Xavier Johnson as Drew Stevens. I tell you, this young guy is developing into quite a kicker.
Oh, and you know, you look at his picture.
Oh, he looks like he's 12,
oh, yes,
if that.
I was looking at it. They finally started putting his picture on their press releases. And I went, this guy has got that kind of leg? My goodness.
It's pretty strong, that right appendage. So we'll see what the Buckeyes do now. Momentarily stunned as they go with one running back, and they're going to run it straight ahead. And good coverage by the Hawkeyes. Seth Benson turned Travion Henderson inside. He wanted to get to outside where there was a lane. Noah Shannon finished him off. Seth Benson made the play. They gain about 4.
Yeah, and that's a good job of running to the ball carrier. You've got to get a lot of people around these guys.
Buckeyes going with a no huddle, and now Smith in Jigba is in the game for the first time. Quick 3-step drop, and they're throwing his way. They find him out on the left edge, 34-yard line, a yard shy. No, it was Marvin Harrison who was in the slot. And Jigma took the coverage downfield. Riley Moss was right there covering Marvin Harrison, who's really a delight to watch if you're a Buckeye fan. This kid has got all kinds of talent at 6'4". He'll be in the NFL like his dad. Third down and a long one for the Buckeyes. Ohio State trailing. Sends a single receiver wide left, and a tight end is winged that way. Couple receivers to the short side of the field. Here's a first down run. Not much, but 3 yards is plenty. Jack Campbell and Seth Benson on the stop of Travion Henderson. his second carry. Clock's finally running.
Yeah.
11:55 to play first quarter, 7-3 Iowa. Here's a toss sweep to the left side. Breaking through for a big gain before he's run down from behind by Lucas Van Ness is Travion Henderson. Well, they flowed everything wide right, and then he cut it back. That's a beautiful cutback all the way to the 46-yard line, a gain of 9.
Yeah, and they're going no huddle, hurry up offense, and try to wear the Hawkeyes down.
First or second down and short. Here's Stroud, one running back. Play fake to him. He throws on a quick slant. It's caught, and then a jarring hit provided by Riley Moss on Marvin Harrison. He was drilled before he came down with the football, but he held on to it. It's a first down. Looks like it's going to be a gain of, well, they only give him a yard on that, but it was enough for the first down. No, they give him about 4, excuse me. I'm on the other side of the 50 at the 47-yard line of Iowa, gain of about 5. Now Mayan Williams replaces Henderson at the tailback. Ohio State slows it down a little bit. Tight end Cade Stover wings to the right. They have a wide receiver right and twin receivers to the left, and one of those is Jackson Smith and Jigba. He'll be a first rounder, assuming he's healthy. Stover goes in motion, and they hand a big hole off the left side. And running for a first down and a lot more to the Iowa 35 is Mayan Williams. There's that All-American Paris Johnson throwing the first lick.
Yeah, and boy, he can really read, too. He hesitated a little bit and then just jumped through a huge hole.
They kicked everything out to the boundary line. 13 yards later, Williams was grabbed by Seth Benson, and Ohio State's on the move, trailing 7-3 early on in the ball game. Here's a play fake by Stroud. He throws down the middle of the field, caught wide open, and caught a deep post, grabbed by Julian Fleming, who's like the 4th or 5th option in this offense. And Ohio State's going to have a first and goal inside the 10-yard line. They're going to spot it down at the 8. So a huge gain gives the Buckeyes first and goal.
You know what pardon me, Gary.
26 yards, Ed, on that pickup.
What they're doing now is they're lining up and waiting for our defense to see how we're going to cover them and line up, and then they call the play.
First and goal just inside the 9 are the Buckeyes, and here's a pitch to the tailback, and he's knocked down. Great effort by Noah Shannon. Got upfield and forced Mayan Williams wide, and he was latched onto by Campbell.
Yeah, and it was being forced wide that made Campbell have the opportunity to shoot through there and tackle him for a loss.
A loss of about 5. The ball's back outside the 10 at the 13. Now understand, in the red zone, Ohio State is a perfect 29 for 29 this year with 27 touchdowns. They get pressure on C.J. Stroud, but he gets it out on a screen, and squeezing out yardage down to the 2 is Emeka Egbuka. So it was a quick wide receiver screen or slot receiver screen. They got a couple. It looked like confusion in a traffic jam, but they had enough of his teammates in front of him to where he took it down to the 2 where it's 3rd and goal.
Yeah, and that play fake is very convincing. It's really tough to see how he pulls the ball out and then throws it.
Well, Stroud is talented in more ways than one. Egbuka now goes wide left. They got twin receivers to the short side, one running back. On 3rd down and goal, Hawks need to get a stop here and then have him make a decision as they slow it down here. Oh, a timeout must be called, okay? Ohio State's walking to the sideline. 8 minutes, 18 seconds to play in the first quarter. The Hawkeyes, in stunning fashion, on a Joe Evans sack, forced fumble. He scooped it up, ran into the end zone on Iowa's last defensive possession. And the Hawks grabbed the lead 7-3. This after Spencer Petras threw a pick on the first play of the game, or first play of scrimmage for Iowa. And the defense held and forced a field goal that was good from 46 yards. So that's been the scoring. That all happened in the first 2.5 minutes. And now we take a break with half of the first quarter evaporated, and the Hawkeyes with the lead at 7-3. From the Horseshoe, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye football from Columbus. Sometimes there's a weird trail, interesting trail that leads to upsets. And the Hawks are on that path right now, up 7-3. Now, granted, we're only halfway through the first quarter. And the Buckeyes have 3rd and goal at the 2.
And they're changing. The Hawkeyes are changing the defense. Ohio State didn't like the call that they had. Took an expensive timeout this early in the game.
Big Aaron Graves has come in. And they've got they've got 7 guys, linemen up on the line of scrimmage. Tight end goes in motion on 3rd and goal. Big play in the game. They're going to run it off the left side. Touchdown. Oh, Seth Benson had it figured out, but he couldn't get his arms around the 225-pound, 5'8" Mayan Williams, at least enough to bring him down. He's strong from the hips on down, and he gives Ohio State the lead back.
And that big old left tackle clearing the way, but you're exactly right, because Seth Benson had him dead to rights, but you just couldn't tackle him.
Well, he had an easy head start on getting up a full head of steam because Paris Johnson was just mauling anybody in his way off the left edge. So the try for point after is the Buckeyes go back in front 9-7. Ruggles will kick it, and it's right through. 10-7 Buckeyes, and we'll keep it right here. We let you know Hawkeye football is sponsored by Iowa Corn. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Take a closer look and you'll discover the many connections you have to corn. And those connections translate into wins for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowansWin. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details, plus energy saving tips. And Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light proudly sponsor Iowa Hawkeye football. Bud Light welcomes Hawk fans back to Kinnick Stadium this year. Homecoming next week with Northwestern. Bud Light is for the fans. Let's head down to Rob Brooks. He has our first U.S. Cellular sideline report for the afternoon. Rob?
Eddie, your point was outstanding as you looked at Ohio State. When they really started to slow things down, there was about 12-13 seconds left on the play clock. They'd look over. Ryan Day would hold up his hands and just say, hey, hold on, get the call, and then snap it with 5 or 6 seconds left. Incidentally, the offensive line for the Hawkeyes so far, left to right, Richmond, Ellsbury, Jones, Stevens, Colby.
Thank you, Robbie. All of his reports are sponsored by U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Join the national network built by locals for locals. Here's the kickoff, and Caleb Johnson gets to the outside, front of the Iowa bench. Nice return up across the... Well, I hesitated because he did step out of bounds at the 26. He ended up on his keister across the 35, but they'll bring it back to the 26. Reed Carrico forced him out of bounds. Good return, though, by Caleb.
Yeah.
Good blocking.
Yeah, it was. And it's interesting that they're running that back into the short side of the field. And so it's something LeVar has seen in the coverage that he doesn't want to challenge coming across the field.
Well, it's time for the Hawkeye offense. 3 yards total so far, midway through the first period. LaShawn Williams is the running back. Hawks are going to try and run it. A stop-and-go move by LaShawn. Straight down Main Street. Gets him 2, maybe 3 yards. Ohio State gang tackling. Robbie mentioned that offensive line. Bo Stevens, a redshirt freshman. Connor Colby, a sophomore. Logan Jones, a sophomore. Mason Richmond, a sophomore. Tyler Ellsbury, a sophomore.
Yeah, and Ohio State's line is all juniors and seniors.
Teron Vincent, one of their outstanding tackles on that last stop. Petrus shifts to the gun. One running back, now tight end in motion is Lachey. He throws a block, and a stutter move by LaShawn Williams brings the ball across the 30 to the 32 as he ran slant right to left. The Hawkeyes are within 4 yards of a first down. Third down, though. Jack Sawyer, the defensive end sophomore from Pickerington, Ohio, a great football community.
This is a big play early in the game.
It is, and the Hawks go trips to the right. Now they shift Reganey the other way. Gavin Williams comes in. He's the lone setback with Petrus to block. No, he goes in motion. So the backfield is empty. Ohio State rushing 4, and Petrus goes down, loses the football. Ohio State thinks they're on it. 28-yard line of Iowa. Buckeyes have already forced 1 turnover. Petrus was going down. He was going to be sacked. He was in the grasp. Latham Ransom, a free safety, recovered the fumble, but he was chased by, I thought it was Zach Harrison, the defensive end. Yeah, Zach Harrison got a hold of him and then forced the ball out, and Ohio State has recovered at the Iowa 27.
Boy, that's you know, you got to secure the football. It's 3rd down and 4, and you know that they're going to come with the rush.
So with 6 minutes 40 seconds to go in the first quarter, and Ohio State leading the Hawkeyes 10-7, the Buckeyes get the ball back right away on another forced turnover. Petrus has an interception and now a fumble, and they run straight ahead and trying to get to the outside, but unable to do so is Mayan Williams. Outstanding effort by the middle of that Iowa defense, and Sebastian Castro came up from the safety spot. Seth Benson forced him wide.
Yeah, that was a really good job of closing on this running back, and that's what the Hawks have to do. You got to get a lot of people around him.
Excuse me, Jack Campbell forced him wide. Those 2 linebackers always moving. So no gain. 2nd down 10. Great effort by the Iowa D. They rush 4. Stroud sets up the screen to Jackson Smith and Jigma. He loses the football, and let's see if they call the play dead. I don't see a signal yet. He got hit at the 22-yard line. The Hawks are saying they have it as they unstack. Referee McGinn. Now it looks like Ohio State's Njigba got on the football, and it'll stay with Ohio State. Y.A. Black was in that scrum down there. Good to see him back on the field. He had missed a few games with a boot on an ankle, on a foot. Sprain of some kind. Now he's overcome that. So Njigba gets 7. It's 3rd down and 3, just shy of the Iowa 20-yard line after the fumble recovery. And 5.5 minutes to play first quarter.
Boy, another timeout by Ohio State.
Well, this Iowa defense, not only are they good, they can confuse you.
Yeah.
Even one of the best teams, maybe the best team in the country. Timeout on the field. We'll take a break and come back in a minute with Ohio State leading 10-7 over the Hawkeyes. We're sponsored by U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Join the national network built by locals for locals, U.S. Cellular. And by your Honda dealers, Hawkeye football and Honda, a great combination. Stop in and see the Honda dealers across Iowa. Smart Honda in Des Moines. Matt Hoffmeyer is running the show at Smart Honda. Say hi to Randy Keel at Cedar Rapids Honda. Keel Honda in Cedar Rapids. Randy and Nate Keel. 10-7, Buckeyes over the Hawks, and they're in scoring position again. Ohio State is. We'll come back and see what happens after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting your card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Astro brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series.
Mid-American Energy would like to turn this down to net zero. We mean net zero greenhouse gas emissions, not your playlist or podcast. Reaching net zero by 2050 is just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hawkeye defense has, to this point, survived an interception by Spencer Petras and a lost fumble by a quarterback Petras. Iowa had the lead at 7-3 after Joe Evans forced a fumble on C.J. Stroud, scooped it up and scored. The Buckeyes then put a 10-play, 76-yard drive together for a touchdown to regain the lead. Now they've recovered an Iowa fumble and have a 3rd down and 3 at the Hawkeye 21 as we resume play here with 5:23 to go in the first quarter. And the defense continues to fight against this incredible offense that's averaging right at 50 points a game. All right, Stroud has the lines down. Here we go. Hawks are showing blitz. Merriweather's coming after him. They throw the toss sweep, and Merriweather tracks down the tailback from behind. What great contain by Quinn Schulte and the Iowa secondary.
Yeah, Schulte made the play by making that running back turn inside. He set the edge. And let's see, they're probably going to go for it here. Here comes the kicker.
Yeah, Mayan Williams was the ball carrier, or a reasonable facsimile. He ran straight sideways for 5 yards. Merriweather ran a 100-yard dash to get to him and grabbed him from behind. But Quinn Schulte, the pride of Cedar Rapids Xavier, really helped make that play. So the try for field goal will be from 42 yards by Noah Ruggles. He kicked one earlier from 46 off the Spencer Petras interception. We await the snap. Here it is. The boot is on the way. It's certainly long enough, but yeah, it is good. I thought it might be wide right from my angle. Again, he doesn't really hook the ball. It stayed right on line and just crawled inside the right upright. So Ohio State only gets 3 out of that forced fumble.
Yeah, and that's another tip your hat to the Iowa defense. I mean, they went on the field most of this first quarter.
My cap's worn out from tipping it. Can you notice the bill? Yeah. I've worn a hole through it this year. 4 plays, 4 yards. They used 2 minutes, 10 seconds, did Ohio State, and now the lead is 13-7. Despite 2 Iowa turnovers, the Hawks, because of the defense, hanging right in there. And a great punt by Torrey Taylor earlier in the period. Now they're listening in from all over today, all over the state of Iowa and in Pennington County, South Dakota. Bill's checking in. Hi, Bill. Don's in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Peggy's in Esterville, Rochester, New York. We've heard from Emily. Sean listening in Fairfield, delivering the mail. The mail must go through. Sean, thank you. Brad's in Hillsboro. Aaron in Cedar Rapids. He likes what Quinn Schulte just did. Mike and Jill are down in Burton, Texas. Joe's in Rowley. Hi to John in Shell Rock. And Jim in the great city of Chicago. Ohio State will kick off. Caleb Johnson has had a couple nice returns. Now this one's short again to Ed's point. As will be taken by Gavin Williams at the 8. 10, 15, 20, looking for room. None to find. He tried to angle to the outside and is dropped at the 21-yard line by Ohio State's Sonny Styles, a backup safety. So here comes the Iowa offense with Spencer Petras again.
And that was planned all the way. They wanted to kick it to the other up back, to Williams, and make him return it. And they held Iowa short of the 25-yard line.
Oh, we've talked forever about how good Iowa's special teams are on coverage, punt and kick coverage. Ohio State is no small potatoes when it comes to special teams as well. And they have really smothered, for the most part. Caleb Johnson had one nice return, another decent return. Right now, though, the onus is on the Iowa offense. And the Hawks go heavy. A couple tight ends, one wide receiver, one running back. Laporta goes in motion. And the give is to Caleb Johnson. He gets the corner turn, then is shoved forward by a defender trying to bring him down. And Caleb from down the road at Hamilton, Ohio, you don't think he's stoked today. He gets a nice gain across the 30 to the 32.
Yeah, and you know, he really sees the soft spot really well and then accelerates through it. That's why that guy lost his cutoff angle. A little stiff arm, and he picked up what, 5?
6.
All right.
Second down for Steele Chambers, a linebacker, and JT Tui Maloau, excuse me, combined to make the stop. Here comes Caleb again, and this time not much. Gets a yard. Tried to cut back to the middle off the left edge, and was hit and dropped by Chambers again. And Tanner McAllister, the corner who snuck up there, he's got an interception. Hawks have yet to get a first down. Ohio State has snookered him into 2 turnovers. And let's see here on 3rd and a long 3 if Spencer can convert. He's up under center this time. Logan Jones. Back deep is Gavin Williams. Arlen Bruce is in motion. They give it to him on a jet sweep reverse, and he loses 3 or 4. Iowa will punt it away.
Well, they didn't fool anybody.
Well, especially Zach Harrison, the defensive end, the senior from Lewis Center, Ohio.
Yeah, he saw it all the way, got as deep as the deepest back, and was standing there waiting for him like a catcher and somebody sliding into home plate.
Well, it's clear the Hawks do not want to throw the football, at least right now. But it's hard to run laterally against this team. Torrey Taylor's only punt to this point was 48 yards. He runs to his right. Now he's going to keep it, try and get the first down, and he's not going to get there.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, I applaud the effort, but boy, he showed that he was going to punt. He ran, you know, the old soccer rush or the soccer run and punt, and then decided to go for it. And he's going to be at least 2 yards shy of the first down.
Well, he saw that Ohio State had sent everybody backward to set up a return, and he thought he could get to the first down marker before they could recover.
He doesn't quite have running back speed, but he is a tough kid. And I mean, I applaud his effort because the offense has just not gotten anything going against the Buckeye defense. And so Torrey Taylor trying to make a play. Gives the ball over to Ohio State at the 34-yard line of Iowa. So this entire first quarter has been played in the Iowa end. 2:24 to go first period. Ohio State leads 13-7. Play fake, Stroud, pump fake short. Now plenty of time, comes back the other way, and it's caught across the way out of bounds at the Iowa 18. Boy, does he have strength in that throw.
Oh, huh? Yeah, and you know, that was his 3rd receiver.
That's Marvin Harrison, who ended up with the football.
Yeah. And you know, you can always go to him, but he wanted to come to the right side of the field, and we had 2 receivers covered. He went all the way back, and I mean, he shotgunned that ball down the field.
And that's with no pressure on the quarterback. So, I mean, credit the offensive line again. They pass protect equally well as they run block, and they spot the ball at the 19. So it's a 15-yard gain. Here's Stroud, play fake to the tailback. Now they set up the slot receiver screen, and running through a couple of Hawkeyes. You don't see that very often. Running through a couple of Hawks' tight end Cade Stover. They don't throw to the tight end often, but he split a couple defenders. Jack Campbell got him out of bounds at the 9, so he's right at the first down marker. Is it enough?
You know, they.
Oh, wait a minute. Are they bringing the ball back? Oh, I see a flag now on the near sideline. We apologize. Our official's microphone not working for the moment. But it's obviously against Ohio State. The Hawks catch a break there. I'm guessing that might have been a hold.
No, they're saying it's. Look, I just saw the motion up there.
Okay.
It was motion on the part of the offense before the snap.
So that brings the ball back to between the 23 and 22-yard line with 1:39 to go. First quarter. Hawks hanging tough with that defense, trailing 13-7. So a 5-yard motion penalty on Stroud. Tight end goes in motion. One running back. Here's the snap. They hand off to Henderson. Good blocking, and Henderson slips and falls as he made his cut. He went down at the Hawkeye 15. Jay Higgins was right there, forced him back inside. Ooh, that's just vicious blocking.
Yeah, that's just cleaning out the whole left side. The Iowa, well, it's the right side of our defense, but the left side of their offense.
Buckeyes with 92 total yards, Iowa with 12. One running back, that's Henderson. They're going to give him the ball again, and he's grabbed in the backfield and spun down. The Hawkeyes with a good job that time of penetration, especially in the B gap, and that's usually where you find Logan Lee.
Yeah, and he has been so strong this year, getting through. He kind of turns sideways, and he can get in between offensive linemen.
That's a loss of 3, which brings up 3rd down and 9 for the Buckeyes. They've lived in the red zone this first quarter thanks to Iowa turnovers, but have just 13 points to show. And the Hawks had the lead at one time thanks to a turnover forced by Joe Evans. Now Stroud rushing things on 3rd down 9. See if the Hawks get to stop this. Clearly a passing down given the formation. They lob it to the end zone. It's incomplete. Good coverage down there by Cooper DeJean. And the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, everybody wants interference.
Well, of course they do.
The ball was thrown way wide of where the receiver was.
And Cooper had great coverage on Jackson Smith and Jigba. Now that's the next All-American that's going to be a #1 draft pick. So a great stop, great effort again by the Iowa defense. And Ruggles will try and punch his 3rd field goal of the first quarter through.
It's more than he's had 3 attempts, and he's only had 4 all season. He's had 3 in this game.
Well, with this Iowa defense, he may get 9 or 10 chances today, especially if the Iowa Hawkeye offense doesn't start moving the football. He's getting some first downs. This one's from 35 yards, and it's right through, right down central. The Buckeyes extend the lead to 9, 16-7. 3 field goals and a touchdown. With the score, the Buckeyes 16, Iowa 7. Let's pause from Columbus. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Make next harvest your best harvest with Mershman Seeds. This is Joe Mershman. Our connection to MS Technologies makes us an industry leader for Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Starting line seed treatment, our most advanced seed treatment, comes standard with added protection against both sudden death syndrome and white mold. Upgrade with Saltro and Trunemco for maximum protection against sudden death syndrome and soybean cyst nematodes. There's only one leader in soybean technology, Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Welcome back to Wellmark's coverage of Hawkeye football. After one period We go to the second quarter. Great fight in the Iowa defense in particular. The Ohio State defense has forced 2 Iowa turnovers, leading to a couple field goals. And the Hawkeyes trail 16-7 after 1 period. Let's go down to Rob Brooks. He's got an update on the U.S. Cellular Hawkeye sideline on punter Torrey Taylor.
Yeah, seems to be good news. He came over to the bench and it was a upper body type of injury, and had a conversation with Dr. Brian Wolf, a couple other medical staff personnel. Never went into the tent or anything, so looks like he's good to go, which is great news. It was a little nerve-wracking here for a moment. And also good news, Dolph, Deontay Vines saw his first action of the season, Iowa's last offensive possession, though he does have a pretty good sized brace on that left wrist, which extends all the way up on the back of his hand. So probably limited to an extent, but at least he's out there.
Okay, Rob, thanks so much for the update on Torrey Taylor. He went off holding his elbow. He must have taken a helmet on his crazy bone, but it's good news that Iowa can ill afford to lose their All-American punter. 16-7 Ohio State after 1 quarter. John Swisher has more on the U.S. Bank scoreboard.
Dolph, a quick start for Indiana at Piscataway today over Rutgers 14-0 early in the second quarter. Elsewhere later on, 2:30 starts for Purdue at Wisconsin. Maryland entertains Northwestern. Tonight it's number 16 Penn State hosting Minnesota. In the state of Iowa, Iowa State on their bye week. Northern Iowa hosts Missouri State at 4 o'clock. At 1 o'clock today, Drake is at St. Thomas, Minnesota.
Iowa with 11 net yards. 12 net yards on 11 plays in the first quarter. Ohio State with 89 total yards. Hawks have yet to get a first down. Ohio State with 5. Hawks have lost a fumble and actually lost 2 fumbles. And the Hawkeyes have thrown an interception, Spencer Petras. So it's been ugly offensively. It's been really good defensively. The Hawkeyes really put in some tough positions because of the turnovers, and yet it's 3 field goals and a touchdown for Ohio State. 16-7. Joe Evans forced a fumble on quarterback C.J. Stroud with a big vicious sack in the first quarter. Scooped it up and ran 12 yards into the end zone for a short-lived Iowa lead of 7-3. And here's a touchback on the kickoff by Ohio State as we go to the second period. So, Ed, great offensive player that you were with a great offensive mind. What can Iowa do offensively? Well, what would you like to see them try?
I'd say a quarterback draw. Because they're rushing on the outside.
They wouldn't be expecting that, would they?
They wouldn't.
Well, let's see. Number 7 is still in the huddle. Spencer Petras. He's had a rough baptism in this game. He sends twin receivers to the right, including Arlen Bruce. Laporta's in the slot. And it looks like Deontay Vines at the top of the field. Petras has to get rid of it and does, and it's caught at the 29-yard line. Is that Deontay? Yeah. Welcome back to the crowd, Deontay.
That was a throwback called all the way. Petras came and looked to his right.
And got 5 yards, I might add. That's the best play from scrimmage to this point. First completion for Spencer Petras on the day. He's 1 for 4. And the Hawkeyes go even balance with 2 tight ends and a tailback, Caleb Johnson. He gets the call off the left edge, gets the corner try. First down across the 35 to the 40, and the Hawkeyes move the chains.
Good job of sealing the outside by the left side of the offensive line so he could get outside. The Buckeyes really were slanting to that side of the field, so, tip your hat to that offensive left side.
Eichenberg got there and forced him out of bounds, but a gain of 8 to the 38. 1st and 10. Hawks go offset I. Caleb Johnson with a stop and go move, and the Hamilton, Ohio freshman busts it forward for a couple to start this series. Steele Chambers, what a great name for a linebacker.
Yeah.
Steele Chambers.
That was quite a collision over there.
That was.
Too.
Caleb, tough kid, bounced right up. No quitting him. 6 feet, 212-pound freshman from Hamilton High School, the home of Greg Stokes. For you Hawkeye basketball fans who remember the Stoker. Empty backfield, 5 receivers. Petras to throw to the wide side and overshoots the intended target, Nico Reganey. He was open, had a step on his coverage, Denzel Burke, but the pass nowhere near close to him.
And, you know, with an empty backfield, you know you're going to get the blitz. And so he had to get rid of it real quickly, and he just overthrew Nico.
Third down and 8 for the Hawkeyes. Not a good position to be in against this Ohio State defense. He shifts to the gun, does Spencer Petras. LaShawn Williams is in, one of the better blocking backs. He releases Petras. Good protection. Fires to the sideline, and
there's the flag.
Incomplete, but to Ed's point, they threw the flag late. That's either a hold on Tanner McAllister, as Reganey did a square out at midfield. And let's check out the flag. This will be the 4th penalty on Ohio State. It was pass interference.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 15. 15-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage. Automatic. First down.
Well, maybe in this $1 billion TV contract the Big Ten is going to put together, we may be able to get some referee mics that can find a frequency that works.
Well, we're up here about 20 stories.
Well, he's not.
Well, but he's got to boom it up.
Oh, you're saying it takes time for that to get up to us. Okay. Well, either way, it's good news, even if it's muffled somewhat. Jerry McGinn, the longtime veteran referee, gives Iowa first down in Ohio State territory at the 46. Let's keep it going, guys. And LaShawn Williams is stonewalled. They tried to run the draw with LaShawn. Not the quarterback draw that Ed wanted, but the tailback draw. And it was blown up early by Tommy Eichenberg, but he had 4 teammates right behind him.
Yeah, and, you know, he's an All-American middle linebacker. He was coming on a run blitz. He was thinking that's what was coming.
Well, the good news is he only lost 2 yards. So at 2nd down 12, Laporta this time splits wide left. And Deontay Vines comes to the short side of the field. With him is Arlen Bruce. LaShawn Williams now breaks away from the backfield. Petras to throw, caught by Laporta on a quick slant. Sam tripped up, stumbles down to the Ohio State 30, and the Hawks are operating now 1st and 10 at the Buckeye 30.
Quick passes, that was really good because, again, empty backfield, and we had receivers spread all across the field, and Petras got rid of it right away, just a 4-yard slant.
Lathan Ransom tracked him down, but not after a gain of 17 yards, almost 20. Hawks go with 2 tights. They're going to run inside on a cut. Caleb Johnson, good hole off the right edge. Bo Stevens threw a nice block. So did Laporta. And then the big tackle out there for the Hawkeyes, Jack Plum in the game. Stuck in his thumb, pulled out a plum, and kicked out the line. I've been saving that one all year.
Let's see.
Good effort. Down to the 28 for Caleb. Got almost 5. 2nd down for the Hawkeyes. Laporta lines up to the right. Hawks have a tight end left. They hand off to Caleb Johnson again, and he slipped one tackler in the backfield. Again, they're sending linebackers on almost every snap.
Yeah, they're run blitzing. They're
big time.
You know, challenging us to throw the football.
Steel Chambers came. He was in the backfield as LaShawn got the handoff. He did a good job. He ends up losing a couple. Ball back to the 30. So another 3rd and long for Spencer Petras and the Hawkeyes. We played almost 4 minutes in the 2nd period. 11:05 to go, first half. Hawks trailing 16-7. Now Gavin Williams goes in motion. Again, empty. Petras turns, throws, caught, but Laporta's dropped for about a 3-yard loss. And Ohio State knew that play was coming from the get-go.
Yeah, they definitely. It was a quick screen out to Laporta. We were trying to get somebody out there in front of him. It was a lineman and wide receiver, but the cornerback just closed so fast.
Denzel Burke. Denzel Burke. I guess they give him forward motion to the point where it's only a yard loss. This makes it even more difficult on Drew Stevens. Now, he certainly has the leg. The field goal will come from the 39. So it's just shy of 50 yards. Stevens 6 of 7 this year in field goals. Here's the snap. The kick is on the way. It's long enough. It is good. Drew Stevens.
I saw him before the game, and he was hitting from the high 50s. And that was, what, almost 55 yards?
It was 49 to be exact.
Okay.
You and I went to the same math class, but that's okay. It's 3 points. We know that as he fisted it through from 39 yards. That was a thud field goal for Drew Stevens, and he is now 7 of 8 on the year. What a job by this young first-year kicker freshman from North Augusta, South Carolina. Hawks get back to within a touchdown. It's 16-10. Ohio State with 10:07 to go first half. We'll come back to the shoe in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At Mid-American Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
"49-yard field goal by Drew Stevens, and it had, to Ed's point, it had enough giddy up to count from 55 yards. But it concluded a 5-minute drive for the Hawkeyes. 10 plays, 44 yards. Spencer Petras converting a couple big third downs. And the field goal brings Iowa to within 16-10 of the second-ranked Buckeyes. All of our scoring drives come your way courtesy of Shields. Hawk fans, make sure you check out Shields this holiday for your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Well, Ed, we've got 10 minutes to go in the first half. Hawkeyes are within a touchdown and #2 in the country. I'll take that.
Yeah, and you know, we teams have kind of set the pattern on what they're going to do. Ohio State is going to blitz almost every play. They're going to do run blitz, and so we started to go empty backfield, spread the field out, and throw quick passes in front of the defensive backs.
Punch, counter punch. The coordinators' chest move on every snap of the football. Here's Stevens run up. And the kick is going to be deep enough into the end zone where Xavier Johnson just watches it sail over his helmet. And the ball come out to the 25-yard line. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Pioneer. Test after test and field after field. Pioneer is tougher on our corn hybrids than ever before. Pioneer brand corn hybrids are field proven and ready for yours. Talk with your local Pioneer sales representative and learn more. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. C.J. Stroud back out on the field for Ohio State. Fakes the toss sweep. He wants to go downfield. Doesn't like what he sees, so he comes back to the underneath man. And the tailback Henderson gathers it in and gets up to the 29, a gain of 4.
Yeah, good coverage down the field by the Hawkeyes, and he had to go to his safety valve for a short gain.
He wanted the fade pattern to the near sideline, and Riley Moss had his guy all swallowed up. Now on a play fake, here's Stroud to throw to the wide side of the field. Caught at the 40 for a first down, and then shoved out of bounds by Cooper DeJean. He had man coverage on Emeka Ubuka, but that was enough for a first down as he gets 7 to the 42-yard line of the Buckeyes.
When you again talk about a strong arm, that was all the way across the field.
Sure was. Henderson, the tailback, right behind quarterback Stroud on the pistol. Tight end goes in motion. They crowd in there. That's usually a running play, and straight off the right edge with a good push by the offensive line comes Henderson. Across the 45 to the 47. That's a gain of 5 on first down. Jack Campbell shoved back, and the Hawkeyes give up 5. Second down 5 with 9 minutes to play first half.
Ethan Hurkett in as a defensive end. They're going to rest some of those Hawk defensive players.
Now, Wagner and Evans are out, so Deontay Craig and Hurkett are the new DNs. Lee and Shannon are the middle rush guys. Ball approaching midfield on second down 5. Here's Stroud. Fakes the draw handoff. Wants to throw plenty of time to the sideline and well over the intended receiver. That's Njigba. He's dragging that hamstring with him, but you can tell the kid wants to be out there and play.
Yeah, he's limping a little bit now. He's back on the sideline. And I'll tell you that those hamstrings, you got to let them heal.
A wide receiver playing with an injured hamstring. Kayvon Merriweather was glued to him, and that's a big play. Third down and almost 6 now for Ohio State. Now the Hawkeyes smelling a change of possession here. Stroud moves up to the pistol. Henderson right behind him. They have trips to the left to the wide side. Ball in the far hash mark. Single receiver that way as well. On third down and almost 6. Here's the short snap. And back to pass Stroud. The pressure closes in on him. He throws it again well beyond the receiver, the intended receiver, Ibuka, but he had to get rid of it. The pressure was coming from Deontay Craig.
Yeah, Hawks coming with the blitz also.
Sebastian Castro.
Yeah, they had players in his face, and he had to get rid of it, and he just overthrew the receiver, where we had good coverage, too. Castro was right there on coverage.
How about this defense?
There's something.
I mean, Ohio State has 2 field goals off 2 short fields thanks to Iowa turnovers. They have 1 touchdown. The Hawks have a defensive touchdown and a field goal. And here we sit at 16-10, and Ohio State will punt the football. And angling toward the far sideline is Jesse Mirko. It hits at the 10. And, oh, boy, the Hawks are going to be in deep field position at their own end at the 3 as it rolls dead. Really a nice kick by another Aussie, Jesse Mirko.
And see, Arlen Bruce is just going to the sideline to say to LeVar, I couldn't see the ball. See, the shadows are right into his.
Then get away from
right
it.
in his face, so you got to get away from it.
Timeout on the field, 16-10 Ohio State. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom. The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Hawkeyes trail Ohio State 16-10. Welcome back to our coverage from Columbus. We've got a security guard chasing. Is that Buckeye? The mascot. They have a 100-yard dash. It looks like a police officer.
Well, I think it
Good
was
for her. Good for her. She didn't quite catch Bucky or Brutus. I'm sorry.
Brutus.
Yeah. Brutus. I've never seen that. That's entertainment here at number 2 Ohio State. The Hawkeye defense has been very entertaining. And add a word from your good buddies, your good friends Bud and Mary.
Oh, yeah. Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans like me using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com to learn more.
Robbie Brooks confirmed on the sideline. Harlan was telling LeVar, Coach, I couldn't see the football on that punt, with looking up into the sun. And you pointed it out many times. This time of year, that sun can be brutal.
And especially early kickoffs like this.
It's lower in the sky.
High noon, and I mean, you can't see it, and you can't shade your eyes because they'll call it a fair catch.
Well, to the Hawkeyes' detriment, the ball dies at the 2, and that's where Iowa starts the possession, trailing 16-10, and the crowd in that end is encouraging the defense to get after Spencer Petras. Hawks try to run it. Whistles before the snap, and that's going to be a motion called on false start.
Well, that means it's half the distance, 1 yard.
Offense, number 56, half the distance to the goal. First down.
They get Nick DeYoung out of Pella High School. Got that 300 pounds rocking forward. It's only a yard, but it is a yard from the goal line now.
I think it'd have been a safety anyway.
I agree with you. That linebacker was coming. Here he comes again as Petras tries to push forward on a quarterback sneak. May have gotten the yard back that they lost. It's going to be second down. 8 minutes to go first half. Ohio State 16, Iowa 10. The Buckeyes have had 2 short scoring drives thanks to Iowa turnovers. A fumble and an interception by quarterback Petras. Got to the 2.
I think you've got to run the quarterback sneak again. I don't think you want to hand this ball off in the backfield.
Wide left is Bruce. To the right, Deontay Vines. Arlen goes in motion. Petras with a long count. Here comes the blitzer. Get out of there. LaShawn Williams does, and maybe gains a yard. Well, no, they're going to spot him right back at the 2. You know what? Play fake it. They're blitzing 3 guys on every snap. Throw it to who's your best player? Laporta.
Yeah.
Lathan Ransom, the first guy to get to LaShawn. He's almost to the 3. Forward motion. So it's third down now. Hawkeyes probably going to stay conservative when you got a punter like Taylor. But they go double tight. Luke Lachey, Sam Laporta, twin receivers to the right. Bruce is in the slot. LaShawn Williams is the running back, and now timeout.
Iowa had to call timeout. The tailback couldn't even hear the signal because of the noise down in that end zone.
Well, you want to get it right here with 6:55 to play first half. Timeout on the field. Hawkeyes trailing number 2 Ohio State by only 6. It's 16-10. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey, Hawkeye fans. This is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
The Ohio State defense very, very aggressive with Iowa pinned on near its own goal line. It'll be third down Third down and almost 8 for the Hawks with just under 7 minutes to go first half. Welcome back to the Horseshoe in Columbus, where Ohio State has a 16-10 lead. A touchdown and 3 field goals for the Buckeyes. The Hawks have a defensive touchdown and a 49-yard three-pointer by Drew Stevens. With that Ohio State defense really aggressive now, Eddie.
Yeah, they've been aggressive all day and blitzing linebackers and safeties. But now with the ball on the 3-yard line, last time we had a fullback in front of the tailback, but trying to get back out of the end zone is very difficult. I think you got to throw a quick pass toward the sideline and punt the ball out of here. You can't risk handing the ball off in the end zone.
Coach Jim Barnes and the Hawkeye volleyballers were here last night. Put up a good fight, but lost their match with the Buckeyes 3-1. Lost the first one close fashion, won the second one, and then dropped the final 2. So Hawks return home off a loss to Ohio State. They've given great effort against the likes of national champion Wisconsin, Penn State in the last week. Coach Barnes has that program trending in the right direction. Well, here we go. The Hawkeyes with 3rd down and 8. They've already had 2 turnovers in their own territory, and you sure don't want to get overly aggressive here. And Ohio State will be coming again with those linebackers, safeties.
And 110,000 people screaming.
Yeah, most of them not for the black and gold. So Luke Lachey splits out to the slot with Gavin Williams. And to the right side is Laporta, Reganey, and Brody Breck. So it's empty, and Spencer's going to throw from the end zone. And it's batted down at the goal line.
Well, I like the call.
I do too.
You know, I like the call, and
it was a straight line pass. So Zach Harrison, the defense, he's 6'6",
yeah,
with long arms. So he made that look easy. And yeah, normally you don't see empty in the end zone.
And you know, but we were talking, you got to throw a quick pass.
And it was good protection.
When that happens, you know, you need to cut. You can't cut block anymore, but you have to get their hands down.
Well, the Hawkeyes will give the ball up. Torrey Taylor steps into it, and it's a line drive punt out near midfield. Caught and heading the other way with it now is the Buckeyes punt returner, and he gets to the Iowa 31 before he's dropped. Looks like Abuka on the return. Oh, and Ohio State is going to get great field position. 46-yard punt, but it was kind of a low line drive, and Abuka had a chance at a running catch and a return.
Boy, he made a couple Hawkeyes miss too.
He's lanky and long. So here comes Ohio State leading 16-10. 1st and 10 at the Iowa 32. This Iowa defense, they couldn't be any more heroic here in the first half, given the field position they've been put in. Stroud with a slot receiver in motion. They run the ball, and trying to run sideways lateral of Jack Campbell was Mayan Williams. He didn't get very far. Jack dragged him down after a gain of 3.
And you think he can run down a running back like that?
246 pounds.
Yeah.
That is an athlete. And as Ed would say, that is a football player. 2nd down 7 at the Hawkeye 29. Can Iowa stop him again and force a field goal try? Out of the pistol, Stroud straight back to pass. Hawks close in. He gets rid of it. It's caught inside the 25 to the 24-yard line. It'll be just shy of a first down, couple yard shy. Cade Stover, who had 13 catches on the year coming into today, has 2 today. Lucas Van Ness and Seth Benson out there to stop him. 3rd down, a little more than 2 with 5:42 to play first half, and Ohio State leading Iowa 16-10. Twin receivers to the wide side to the left. Couple tight ends out there and one running back. They run the draw handoff and going nowhere. Going nowhere is Mayan Williams. The Hawkeyes jammed everything up in the A and B gaps, and Cooper DeJean came in over the top.
Oh, I mean, that was some kind of defense right there, because you're going up against these 350-pound linemen, and my God, Cooper DeJean coming off the corner.
Ryan Day is going to challenge his offense to get it on 4th down, unless the Buckeyes are going to try and draw Iowa offside. The offense has stayed out there on 4th down and at least 2. They need to get to the 22. Tight end in motion. Here's the snap, and Stroud rolls to his left, throws, caught. Oh, wide open and out of bounds at the 14-yard line. Riley Moss got there late, but Ibuka was somehow left uncovered out on the left edge.
Yeah, we were trying to cover him and was giving him too much space. It was actually Merriweather who had him on the coverage, but we just gave him too much space.
Buckeyes are 7 for 7 now on 4th down, so they're pretty comfortable in that 4th and 2, and they gain 13. Now the Buckeyes run it straight ahead. Mayan Williams burrows in behind the center, Luke Whippler, and the Hawks find him at the 9 or the 8-yard line. That's a gain of perhaps 4. The second down, Y.A. Black with the stop. They can get a first down inside the 2. 4 minutes to play first half. Hawks got to throw him back here and force another field goal try. Receiver comes in motion. Here's Stroud. A play fake, rolls out to his right, has a man open, and then shot it past him. Ooh, he had Marvin Harrison wide open. Marvin Harrison ran an inside slant, then a reverse to the sideline. Yeah. What a move by Harrison.
Great looking pattern. A slant and then to the outside, and I mean,
CJ's eyes had to be as big as hubcaps. He was that wide open, then he missiled it well beyond his reach. So a break for the Hawkeyes. Cooper DeJean was in coverage and recovered nicely, but that was 6 had he put the ball on his hands. Clock stopped with 3:46 to go. 3rd down and goal. Hawks need one more stop to force a field goal. We await the snap. Here it is to Stroud. He's looking left. Hawks blitz. They throw it to the end zone. Not even close. Incomplete. And a great job by Iowa again. And coming off the edge was Quinn Schulte.
Yeah.
Who gave him a good lick, Stroud, and then Riley Moss had glue coverage, single coverage, man coverage in the deep pylon in the far corner of the end zone, and the ball was well short.
Oh yeah, and you know that their coach talked about how we'll change up defenses at times, and Parker did that there. He blitzed a safety, which we don't do much of.
Ruggles from 26 yards. Ball spot at the 16, and that's like a point after try. 19-10. Ohio State with a 9-point lead on the Hawkeyes and 3:38 to go in the first half. I'm just shaking my head at the effort of this Iowa defense.
Well, like you said, the whole game has been played in our half of the field. I mean, I think the Hawks have crossed midfield once and got 3 points, but otherwise it's all been played in our half the field. So that defense, to hold them to 3 points there, boy, that's a momentum builder if you can go into halftime with the score the way it is right now.
Well, let's get a touchdown before halftime. How's that?
I'm with you all the way.
Come on, we're going to cheerlead for Petrus and company, obviously. 8 plays, 24 yards.
Man.
You know, this was the best team in the country at yards per play today.
I was looking in the first half. Williams, who's been averaging 7 yards, the carries averaged 1.6.
They have run, I'll double check, 33 plays, and their average yardage per play, 4.1 yards.
Yeah.
That's way below their average coming into today. So the Iowa defense, you can't ask them to do any more. All of the Ohio State scoring drives, with the exception of one, has started in Iowa territory.
Yes.
That's just incredible. So the Hawkeyes will get the ball, 3:38 to go, first half, trailing 19-10. Here's Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline.
And a lot of good feeling down here on the Iowa sideline, Dolph, because of what you've just stated about that defense. And Kirk Ferentz has gone to the different position groups and tried to keep everybody up and keeping things positive. And it's a good vibe down here. And you think if have something good happen in the last 3:38, take some momentum into the halftime break, I think the Hawks would feel really good about themselves.
Buckeyes have about 4 minutes more in time of possession. So while it's not lopsided, it does show the Hawkeyes have moved the ball on a couple drives. Total yardage, though, Ohio State 135. This is net yardage. Ohio State 135, Iowa 43. Iowa's average gain per play is 1.9. That has to change.
Well, but then this is a Buckeye team that had 436 yards in the first half against Michigan State.
U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Indiana leads at Rutgers 14-7. And that game just has gone to halftime. Later it's Wisconsin at home to Purdue. Northwestern visits Maryland. Minnesota tonight at number 16 Penn State. That'll be a good one. Iowa State is off this week. Cyclones bye. Northern Iowa is at home at 4 o'clock to Missouri State. Drake's at St. Thomas. The America Rivers Conference. Coe at Loras. Simpson visits Central. BV's at Nebraska Wesleyan, and Dubuque entertaining Luther.
I think he's just going to pooch it up in the air because you can't see the ball. So he's going to make us return this. Yep.
And here it comes. It's going to be short of the goal line. Caleb Johnson takes it at a yard deep. Now crosses the 10 and is dragged down at the 13.
Yeah.
Is he told to return that?
Yeah.
Or is that his
was
option?
a return. Well,
okay.
I can't tell you that. I know they wanted to. They had a return left called, something we haven't done yet today. But I don't think you can return that. If you look at those shadows, they're 10 feet long, and they're right behind each player.
He had his forearm up in his eyes as the ball got to him, and then brought it out. And, of course, he had no momentum. Caleb's very fast, but the Hawks operate from their own 13 with 3.5 to go first half. So let's see if they can put a long drive together here against that Buckeye defense as the Hawks go tight end, 3 wideouts and a tailback, LaShawn Williams. He's in to block. Petrus with a deep drop, has protection, and throws an interception. And a touchdown, Ohio State. Tommy Eichenberg, the linebacker, right in the throwing lane. And maybe the sun was in Spencer's eyes and he didn't see him, but either way, it's 6 for the Buckeyes.
Well, that ball was thrown right to the middle linebacker. Somebody had to break a pattern in the Hawkeye offense because there was nobody anywhere near where the ball was thrown, and it was thrown right into the numbers of Eichenberg.
A really disgusted look on Brian Ferentz's face on the Iowa sideline. The point after try is good. And Ohio State extends the lead now to 26-10. Well, it's a shame.
Yeah, like Robbie said, the attitude was so good on the sideline. If the offense could have put something together just before halftime and come out with some momentum in the second half. But that's like a nail in the coffin there.
Our Lennox dealers, proud supporters of Hawkeye football. Let's tip the cap to Bernie's Heating and Cooling in Clinton. In Dubuque, it's All Seasons Heating and Cooling. In Fort Dodge, Seiler Appliance. Van Hoften Plumbing and Heating down in Oskaloosa and out in Sioux City. Hi to C.W. Suter and Son Incorporated. Lennox, ready to heat up your home this winter. Not today, 70 degrees back in Iowa and here in Columbus. And it's heating up for the Ohio State defense.
Yeah, you need to really be thinking about fair catch on this kickoff.
This all started with the ill-advised return on the kick.
I mean, you can fair catch it anywhere, and it comes out to the 25.
Now Ruggles will kick off. Let's see what the Hawks have called here. Now this one's deep enough where Caleb Johnson wants no part of it. So Ohio State, 46-yard field goal, a 2-yard touchdown run. That came at the end of a 75-yard scoring drive. Their other scoring drives have been 4 yards, 17 yards, 24 yards. And 1 yard. See what the Hawks do here with 3:25 to play first half. 26-10 Ohio State. And Petrus throws it quick flat route to Arlen Bruce, who comes up with his first grab and nearly gets a first down. Lined up in the slot left. Spencer with a short drop and fired it to him. Now they bring it back to the 32. So it's a gain of 7. Jack Sawyer and Cam Martinez, the defensive end and cornerback, were out there. Ohio State in a prevent. 3 minutes to go. 26-10 Buckeyes. Hawks were +4 in turnovers coming into today. They're almost at level, at even for the year now. Petrus throws a dangerous pass, but caught by Columbus, Ohio native Luke Lachey for the first down at the 38. Yes. Luke's dad is Jim Lachey, the former great here at Ohio State, 10-year pro with San Diego and the Redskins, Super Bowl champ like our Ed Podolak, and he's doing the color for Ohio State. Yeah. Dad's pretty proud right now.
It was great to see him too, and that was a very dangerous pass, but it's like Ohio State is in our huddle. They just seem to know what's coming.
Safety Latham Ransom on the stop. Spencer going to get hit from behind as he throws, but it's caught by Laporta. Boy, good for Petrus. He stood in there. He could feel the backside heat, got rid of the ball, took a big shot, and still completed it across the field, across midfield stripe to Sam Laporta.
That was his best throw of the day right there.
Cam Martinez was on top of Laporta, but he got 13 yards to the Ohio State 47. 2 minutes to go in the first half. Now the Hawks have a couple timeouts left. They can't take too much time here. Reganey and Laporta split to the left. Arlen Bruce and Lachey to the near sideline. Empty backfield again. Hawks doing a lot of empty with Ohio State blitzing. Good protection. Petrus fires to Lachey, not Laporta, and incomplete, just beyond his reach. Cam Martinez in coverage. That stops the clock with 1:41 to go in the first half. Stay with us at halftime. We'll get you updated on stats. A review of this first period or first half with Ed Podolak on the Bud Light halftime show. And we'll get a scoreboard update from Learfield back in Jeff City. 26-10, the Buckeyes with a 16-point advantage on Iowa in the latter stages of the first half. Hawks with 3 receivers in the formation. Ohio State rushing 4. Petrus now tries to run away from pressure, and he's sacked. Nowhere to go with the football, and dropped by, I think it was Zach Harrison, or check that, Javante Jean-Baptiste. And they play 9-10 guys in their defensive front rotation, so they're always fresh.
Yep, here's 2 more freshmen, 3 more freshmen coming in.
Boy, the Hawks taking a lot of time. 1:10 to go in the half. They substitute late. Now they just break the huddle. The loss is back to the Iowa side of the field at the 49. That's a loss of 4. 3rd down and 14. Petrus gathers it in. Straight back to pass, looking left, stares down the receiver, and then threw it away over the intended target, Arlen Bruce. Bruce was covered out there by J.K. Johnson, and the Hawks will punt it away after a couple first downs. 47 seconds to play in the first half.
This defense is something. Our defense is something.
They're both something.
Yeah.
Their offense is something too, but the Iowa defense, despite Iowa trailing by 16, the Iowa defense has certainly held serve against C.J. Stroud and this high-scoring Buckeye offense. Fair caught at the 21-yard line. A straight up and down punt by Torrey Taylor of just 33 yards.
Igbuka, I can't imagine they got him returning punts, but they do.
Well, they have another 2, Court Williams, but he's a safety, and it sure looks like Igbuka out there.
Yeah, he's got the red socks all the way.
Okay, it is Igbuka then. Yeah. I mean, especially with Njigba you know, suffering that hamstring injury, but, you know, they're 8 deep at every position. What the heck? And they go into the victory formation as Stroud takes a knee. And we'll get to the locker room at 26-10. The Hawkeyes trailing number 2 ranked Ohio State. Not through any fault of the defense. The defense gave up 1 long scoring drive, and that's been it. The story in the first half, Iowa turnovers. Hawks down 26-10, but still 30 minutes of football to go. Ohio State gets the ball to start the second half. We're going to be right back to start the Bud Light halftime show in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
One thing I love about Hawkeye football is the teamwork. Not just the players and coaches, but the trainers, support staff, and team doctors. That's the sort of teamwork you should look for in health insurance, too. And with Medicare Advantage plans from Walmart, you can get all-in-one coverage from their team of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies, plus lots of extra health benefits. It's all the teamwork and support you could ask for with the confidence of being covered by Walmart. With Walmart and the Hawkeyes, everyone wins. Check out the plans at walmartadvantage.com/touchdown.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light, it's for the fans. Also by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. Bud and Mary's, cannabis for the people. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak at halftime at the Horseshoe in Columbus. It's Ohio State 26, Iowa 10. Eddie, if I have it figured right, Ohio State had 6 scoring drives. 6 drives end with a score in the first half. 5 started in Iowa territory thanks to a handful of Hawkeye turnovers. And the Iowa defense forced 4 Noah Ruggles field goals for the Buckeyes. I mean, it is a heroic effort by the Iowa defense.
Look at it, too. At halftime, Ohio State only has 133 yards of total offense. And how about 2 for 8 on third down? Now, that is a heroic
and they came into today converting 54% on third down. by far the best in
and
college
averaging
football.
500 yards of total offense?
Just under 496. Get it right. Get it right.
Round it up.
I mean, it's just we can't come up with enough superlatives for this Iowa defense and the Hawkeye offense with, at times move the football, move the chains, but just not enough there.
Well, again, it's that young offensive line that we have. You can't, Spencer's thrown a couple of really ugly throws, but, he's had people in his face all day. And, it looks like they've made some different moves or some different players in that offensive line than the way it started today. I won't name names, but they've tried to make some changes, and nothing's worked. 2 interceptions on Petrus, a lost fumble, one of the interceptions, a pick six late in the first half, which is a, I don't want to say it's a killer because you got a half a football left to go, and we keep hoping that offense is going to catch fire. But right now, the Hawks need to find a spark before the fire can begin. 26-10, Ohio State leading the Hawks at the half. This is the Bud Light halftime show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Hawkeye football.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown!
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Bud Light halftime show rolls along here in Columbus, Ohio, where Ohio State has a 26-10 lead on the Iowa Hawkeyes. 3 Iowa turnovers, all have led to scores, but thankfully they've all been field goals. Noah Ruggles has 4 first-half field goals. The Buckeyes have one lengthy drive, 10 plays, 75 yards, midway through the first quarter that put them up 10-7. This after Iowa's defense forced a turnover. Thanks to defensive end Joe Evans, who slugged quarterback Stroud right in the chest deep in Ohio State territory. He coughed up the football as he went down. Joe scooped it up and ran into the end zone for a touchdown. The only other score is a 49-yard field goal by Drew Stevens. Ohio State with a 26-10 lead at the break, but just a yeoman's effort by the Iowa defense. There was a late pick six on Spencer Petras for a touchdown, that by Tommy Eichenberg, the outstanding Buckeye linebacker. That coming with just 8 seconds to play in the half. And as Ed said, that was a killer there, at least for the first half, as the Hawks were within 9 points. Now it's 26-10 at the break, and Ohio State gets the ball to start the second half. But a tremendous job by Phil Parker's defense has limited the Buckeyes to 135 first half total yards. But on the flip side, the Hawkeyes have run 30 plays for 67 yards. Iowa trailing the Buckeyes, the number 2 ranked Buckeyes at the break, by a count of 26-10. Our halftime show is sponsored by Bud Light, proudly welcoming Hawk fans to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans. It's a great time to join the Iowa Lottery's free VIP club. Members receive free plays, special offers, insider news, and they can enter promotions to win cash and other great prizes. Visit ialottery.com/VIP and learn more. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Cenex, we're locally owned and operated, so your community is our community. That's why your Cenex goes far beyond the store. We fuel community connections by supporting local festivals, restoring town monuments, and renovating baseball fields. Now in its 4th year, we'll have contributed more than $400,000 to Cenex communities through our Hometown Pride initiative, because community connections make the places we live so special. Cenex, powered locally.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Rutgers taking on Indiana. Hoosiers doing it with special teams.
And McIntommy's kick on the way, an end-over-end job that's coming down to Lucas at about the 7-yard line. He's up to the 15, 20, 25, cuts out to the near sideline, 30, 35, 40, 45. He's going to go. Jalen Lucas down the sideline. He's going to go for a touchdown, and he got it. Indiana in the lead.
Voice of the Hoosiers, Don Fisher for Learfield, and right now at the half, Indiana leads Rutgers 14-7. Top 25 matchups. Number 21 Cincinnati is leading SMU 20-14. Number 3 Tennessee taking on UT Martin with predictable results. Right now 52-7 Volunteers. Number 5 Clemson. It's homecoming at Clemson. They're undefeated and hosting undefeated Syracuse. Right now the Syracuse Orangemen ruining the party. They're up 21-10 at the half. Coming up, some big games still. Oklahoma State welcomes Texas. Alabama, ranked 6th, will host Mississippi State. And number 8 TCU welcomes number 17 Kansas State. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard at the half. Hawkeyes 10, Buckeyes 26. This is the Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa. You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on game day.
This has been the Budweiser Halftime Report. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC insurance companies to protect it. Shields, right there with you. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with a Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
And as we await the Hawkeyes return to the field, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification with Iowa trailing Ohio State at the break 26-10. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. On Radcliffe and Rock Rapids, Redfield, and to the folks in Randolph. Thanks for tuning in on the Hawkeye Radio Network. The Swarm is hitting the turf here at the Shoe, and Kirk Ferentz is in a slow trot headed over to Rob Brooks to talk about the first half with the Hawks down 16. Robbo?
Hi, Dolph. Thanks very much. Well, Coach, a defensive touchdown held them to 4 field goals in difficult situations. Terrific first half by the D.
Yeah, defense really did a great job putting the fire out, come up with the points off the turnover. You know, we put them in really tough positions. Hopefully we can eradicate some of that, knock out the self-inflicted wounds, and then we're going to find a way to score points.
Just kind of start with field position and turnovers.
That would help. Yeah, the turnovers part of that was our protection is really shoddy. Initially, I think we've settled down there. Hopefully we can continue that.
Thanks very much, Coach.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, you're right. You go back to that. It was a tough start there, obviously, with that interception. And there's been about 3 different offensive lines that we've seen here in the first and second quarters. So we'll see if that kind of settles in here in the third.
Okay, Robbie, thank you to Coach Ferentz and to you. Self-inflicted. That says it all for the Hawkeye offense. But talk about gunslingers on the other side. That Iowa defense led by Jack Campbell, he's something special, and hopefully will be for the next 30 minutes. Hawks certainly within striking distance of the Buckeyes if they can get something going on the offensive side of the football. Iowa with just 67 yards of offense in the first half. but the Buckeyes could muster but 133. So a lot of short scoring drives, especially off those 3 Iowa turnovers. That said, the Iowa defense forced Ohio State into 4 Noah Ruggles field goals. The Buckeyes have just 1 touchdown, at least from the offense. They had a pick 6 late in the half, which Ed Podolak called the killer. Let's hope that the Hawks can survive that and at least fight back to have a chance at the end of the football game. Iowa's only touchdown, a Joe Evans sack, forced fumble, scooped the ball up and ran 11 yards now officially. I'd mentioned it was 13 earlier, but doesn't matter. 11-yard fumble return for a score. That's Iowa's only touchdown. Add in a 49-yard field goal by Drew Stevens early on in the second quarter, and we sit at 26-10 Ohio State. The Buckeyes with just a minute and a half more in time of possession for the first half. Iowa's got but 5 first downs to Ohio State's 7. Hawks have rushed 16 times for a net 18 yards. Ohio State 28 net rushing yards on 17 carries. The Hawks have passed for 49. The Buckeyes 105. C.J. Stroud, who's thrown 6 touchdown passes in each of the last 2 games, has 0 touchdown throws in the first half. He is 10 of 17, 105 yards, been sacked once. His longest completion was 26 yards. Spencer Petras 6 for 14, 2 interceptions, 49 yards. He's been sacked twice. Sam Laporte has caught 3 passes. Bruce Lachey and Vines have 1 each. Emeka Egbuka has 3 catches, as does Marvin Harrison Jr. for Ohio State. Jack Campbell with 7 tackles, 3 unassisted, 1 for loss to lead the Hawkeyes. Lathan Ransom, their outstanding safety, has 4 tackles, along with the linebacker Tommy Eichenberg, who has the pick 6 on Spencer Petras from just outside the 10-yard line to all but end the first half. A 15-yard interception return for a score. 26-10 as we go to the second half. No cancer is routine. If you've been diagnosed with cancer, you want to be sure the diagnosis is accurate and that you have the most up-to-date treatment plan. The Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center is ready to quickly provide you with an expert second opinion to ensure you get the right care for your unique cancer. It's as easy as making an appointment. Visit uihc.org/cancer. uihc.org/cancer and learn more. Hawks will kick off to start the second half. Iowa won the toss, took the ball to start the game, and now we'll serve it up to the Buckeyes. And I think that's a good move because that Iowa defense, Eddie, can't wait to get back out there.
Yeah, maybe they can score again.
Maybe they can get a pick 6.
Yeah.
Here's the run up by Stevens, and he hooks it into the end zone well beyond the reach of the lone return man back there, Xavier Johnson. And so they'll bring it out to the 25, and we'll see what adjustments Ryan Day and his coaching staff have made for Ohio State. 26-10.
And Ohio State with only 133 yards of total offense. You can bet Ryan Day was in somebody's ear at halftime.
A lot of people's ears, as was Brian Ferentz. Hawks are rushing 4 as we start the second half. 1 running back for Ohio State. They wing a tight end left on a play fake. Stroud's going to go downfield, or wants to. Logan Lee moves him out of the pocket. Pass picked off. Picked off. What an interception by Jack Campbell. Linebacker Jack Campbell with a one-hand patty cake back to both mitts, and he fell down with it just beyond the 40-yard line. But the pressure from Logan Lee made all the difference.
It sure did, and Campbell getting deep. He was 15 yards deep, and what a play. That is an all-time.
Let's go down to, we got an update from Robbie Brooks.
Well, Dolph, it's going to be Alex Padilla. He's going to start this series as Spencer Petras put on the red hat. So Alex Padilla here to start the third.
Jack Campbell, there's a ton of NFL scouts here today. I just saw a couple of them out in the lobby say, hey, tell me about 31. I said, what do you want to know about 31? Can't
just
you
watch him. Yeah.
Just watch him. So Alex Padilla gets his gets his shot right here up under center. And let's see if number 8, they're going to blitz him, and he fumbles the snap. And Ohio State's saying they have it.
Oh,
they do.
no. That's what the officials are saying, too. Oh, my. If it can go wrong, it will.
What else?
Oh,
what else?
Because, you've got a center that has been working the whole first half, and everybody's quarterback hands are a little different, how they get underneath the center.
I'm not often I'm speechless,
yeah,
but I am now. So Ohio State just netted 20 yards on the exchange of turnovers. 1st and 10 Buckeyes at the 45-yard line of Ohio State. How much more can this Iowa defense take? Here they run the slot receiver reverse, and a good effort by the receiver to miss one Iowa tackler, but Seth Benson and Cooper DeJean ride Ibuka out of bounds at the 49-yard line. So he straggled it out for a gain of 4, but what pursuit by Iowa.
Yeah, and Castro really had a shot at him behind the line of scrimmage, but still a great pursuit.
C.J. Stroud has one tailback behind him. That's Travion Henderson. Everybody else is slotted or out wide. Now the Hawkeyes jumped into the neutral zone. Noah Shannon, did he draw contact?
It looked like the tackle reached out and touched him before he could get back. So I think it's going to be offside.
Right. It is.
Defense, number 99. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
5-yard walk-off will make it 2nd down, less than a yard for Ohio State at the Hawkeye 46. 4 Iowa turnovers. 4.
Against the number 2 team.
Against the number 2 ranked team that's averaging 500 yards of offense and 54 points a game. And it's 26-10. Here's the pistol snap. They run Henderson off the left side. He got a little cute, and Seth Benson ran right through the hole and dropped him for a loss of 4.
Yeah.
What more can this Iowa defense do?
I mean, they are geared up, ready to play, and doing it. And after the offside, we get the 5 yards back on the next play.
I'm reminded of General Custer's comment, the 7th Cavalry can handle anything it meets. Well, he was right for the most part, but the 7th Cavalry, the Iowa defense, looking really, really good to this point. Back at midfield now at the 50. It is 3rd down and 5. Stroud to throw. Good protection. Wants to break and run. He's grabbed from behind and flung down for no gain. That'll be a Mershman Seeds quarterback sack courtesy of Lucas Van Ness.
I remember one of the NFL scouts telling me they couldn't get over how good he is for a young player.
What great feet he has.
Yeah, hands and feet, and the way he keeps his body bent.
Well, Matt Millen, our buddy with Fox, was glowing about number 91 a couple of weeks ago, and Iowa's defense forces a punt.
There you go.
After the fumbled snap from center by quarterback Alex Padilla. Not exactly the kind of debut you want. But, of course, it could have been center exchange. It could have been a lot of things. But bottom line is the Hawks get the ball back. Fair catch by Arlen Bruce at the Iowa 6-yard line. So Alex will come out for his 2nd possession when play resumes. 12.5 to go. 3rd quarter from Columbus. The Hawkeyes trail the number 2 Buckeyes by a count of 26-10. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Honey, great news. I'm a VIP.
That's sweet. Don't forget the trash.
In life, not everyone recognizes you as the VIP you are, but the Iowa Lottery does.
We got a medium chai latte for VIP. VIP.
Join our VIP club by signing up at ialottery.com/VIP for exclusive Play It Again promotions, surprise contests, and even free plays. See how it works at ialottery.com/VIP because everyone is a very important player.
Woo-hoo!
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
To the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. I've talked him back in off the ledge here at the Horseshoe after the last fumble lost by the Hawkeyes a moment ago, and that Iowa defense deserves an Oscar for this performance today, holding Ohio State from midfield. They get the ball back, and now instead of having it in Ohio State territory, the Hawks do get the ball back deep in their own territory at the 6. Edward?
Yeah, and Padilla is going to get up under center again. I hope that during that defensive stand that he and the center got together and worked on their snaps.
What a spot for a debut for the year. Now, remember, Alex is 3-0 in games that he's started. He's got the freshman from Hamilton, Ohio, Caleb Johnson, 5 yards deep. The Hawks go even balanced line with a couple tight ends, and here comes Johnson off the left edge, gets through a hole, fights his way up field for maybe 2. Well, they can close in a hurry, can't they, this Ohio State defense?
Unbelievable. Man. They are so fast at every position. Well,
Jair Brown was first in the gap. They net a yard on that carry. Played 3 minutes here in the third quarter. Brenton Jones, a cornerback, assisting Jair Brown. 2nd down 9 for the Hawks. Arlen Bruce goes in motion. See if Brian Ferentz has dialed up a pass from deep in his own territory. He has. They blitz, and it's intercepted. Ohio State with another interception in and out of the hands of Sam Laporta. But Padilla let that go with Tanner McAllister. Or not Tanner McAllister, he got the interception, the corner, but there was somebody right in Padilla's face.
A defensive left end who beat our right tackle, and I mean went by him so fast, probably caught a cold.
That would be JT Tui Maloau.
5 turnovers. You can't beat.
It's the number 2 team in the country.
Couldn't beat anybody with 5 turnovers.
And they're still in the game. 11:44 to go third quarter, 26-10 Ohio State. But I mean, I know there's no quitting this Iowa defense. But here we go again. A possession starting deep in Iowa territory. The Hawks have forced 4 field goal tries this afternoon off those drives. Ohio State has one 75-yard drive for a touchdown. Stroud throws it to the right flat, caught and out of bounds. Good shot there provided by Cooper DeJean and Quinn Schulte as a Abuka. He's going to be sore tomorrow morning.
How many quick screens have they run today? It's half their offense.
At least a half a dozen.
Yeah.
Well, they know they can't get anything going down the middle of the field, so they're trying everything on the boundaries. That was a gain of about 5. They can get a first down at the 5. Call it 2nd down 6, just outside the 10 for the Buckeyes. Stroud with Mayan Williams at the tail. Ohio State looks like they're going to have to call timeout. This Phil Parker has put together some kind of game plan. He wasn't expecting this many short fields for Ohio State, but oh my goodness. Timeout on the field, 26-10 Ohio State. And we played 4 minutes in the third quarter. We'll be back to Columbus right after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Hawkeye football from Columbus, Ohio. #2 Ohio State with a 26-10 lead on Iowa. And we've repeated the numbers time and again. 54 points a game, 48 points a game in the last 5 when you take out the Notre Dame contest. This is a juggernaut of an offense, and the Iowa defense is completely stymied the Buckeyes, save for 5 Iowa turnovers, or we'd be looking at a 10-7 game right now.
Well, and you look at this, it's 2nd down and 5, and whatever Phil Parker had called causes their head coach, who's their offensive coordinator, to use a timeout at this point of the game.
Yeah, Ohio State is, for an offense with this much talent, has not seen a defense like this one. And we're proud to say it's the Iowa Hawkeyes. Jack Campbell has been all over the field. Seth Benson has been spectacular. Quinn Schulte has had a lights-out game. He and Cooper DeJean and Kayvon Merriweather in the back end. Riley Moss has been terrific in man coverage. Remember, this is in my view, the leading Heisman candidate, the C.J. Stroud at quarterback. The Hawk defense may push him out of the league in many minds after today. Ohio State with the football at the Iowa 11 after the 5th turnover by the Hawkeye offense today. Here's a snap, and the give is to the tailback. He's going nowhere. Mayan Williams, well, actually, he kept his balance and got inside the 10 to the 7. I mean, he was hit by Lee and Van Ness, and usually you go down immediately. So credit the young tailback, your 5'8", 225-pound tailback with obviously great balance. Riley Moss came in to finish him off.
And he's only averaging 1.7 yards a carry instead of 7 yards, which he was coming in.
3rd down and a long 3 for the Buckeyes. Now at the Iowa 7. Out of the gun, here's Stroud. He's going to run straight. No, yeah, he does give the ball to Williams, and he gets maybe a yard. Maybe a yard.
This is 4-down territory. I can tell you, they can't take another field goal.
Well, I'll tell you, they're up, what, 16. I think Ryan Day, like we've seen Kirk Ferentz a lot, challenge his offensive line.
Yeah.
4th down and 2, and they appear to be going for it. They're 7 for 7 on 4th down this year. And the tailback is Williams, the redshirt sophomore from Cincinnati. 4th down and 2. Tight end goes in motion. Here's the snap to Stroud. He rolls out to his left, wants to throw, lobs it to the goal line. It is caught. Touchdown. Caught. Touchdown, Ohio State. Quick square out run by Marvin Harrison. And the Buckeyes go up 32-10.
Well, he just called on maybe the best receiver in the country to go out there in a man-to-man coverage, run a square out.
He had Riley Moss in coverage.
Beat the Big Ten defensive back of the year.
After the touchdown, sideline warning. Iowa, the first of the game. Next violation will result in a yardage foul.
Why would the Iowa sideline?
Well, maybe they thought he caught the ball out of bounds.
Oh, that could be, yeah. He was in the end zone, came out to the goal line, and that's where the pass found him. And the coaches might be arguing, yeah, Phil Parker is really upset. Perhaps they're going to review it.
Yeah, here he comes.
Just to make sure. Referee McGinn. Well, apparently you can't argue a call anymore. I don't know what was said, but knowing Phil Parker.
Yeah.
All plays under review this year are sponsored by Athletico. Athletico physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or even surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. McGinn is ready with the call.
Further review. The ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
Nice little dramatical pause there by Jerry McGinn. So it is a touchdown. Goes as on a 4th and 2 call from looks like 6 yards out. 3 plays, 9 yards that started with the interception by McAllister off of Alex Padilla, who started the second half in place of Spencer Petras. So on his 2 possessions, lost a fumbled snap from center and threw an interception. Not all on Alex. He had a blitzer in his face. Here's the try for point after from Ruggles. And it is good. Ohio State 33, Iowa 10. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
To have a strong finish, you need an excellent start. It's true on the track and also in the field. That's why Mershman Seeds works tirelessly to deliver cutting-edge technology year after year. This is Joe Mershman, introducing Starting Line, Mershman Seeds' latest advancement in seed treatment. Now providing added protection from white mold and sudden death syndrome all season. Ask for Starting Line seed treatment from Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye football with Ed Podolak and Robbie Brooks. Gary Dauphin, our engineer Corey Sheets, our spotter stat man scoreboard update extraordinaire is John Swisher. Any scores there, Swish, courtesy of U.S. Bank?
Latest update is 14-10 Indiana over Rutgers, Dolph, Purdue, and Wisconsin getting underway shortly, as well as Northwestern and Maryland.
Hawkeye field hockey team is playing Michigan in Evanston, Illinois tomorrow. The Iowa women's soccer team closed out this season. They're getting ready for the Big Ten tournament. Volleyball lost here to Ohio State last night, and right here it's 33-10. Ohio State leading the Hawkeyes. If our count is right, Ohio State has scored 19 points off 5 Iowa turnovers.
Well,
I mean, it's remarkable when you look at how dynamic and explosive this Ohio State offense is, and they've had to settle for 4 field goals, but that's how good the Iowa defense is.
That's the main thing. And, you know, they've started, even the touchdown drives started with a short field. They had one drive that was, 80 yards or something, but the others were off short fields and interceptions.
Well, to your point, Ed, Ohio State has 148 total yards of offense. 148. And 75 on one drive.
And 33 points and have 5 turnovers and 140 yards. Defies all odds.
Hawkeyes with 67 yards of offense and 5 turnovers. Well, we fight on, or the Hawks do. Caleb Johnson standing at the goal line after that 3-play 9-yard scoring drive by Ohio State. Here comes Caleb, turns the corner, has a blocker in front of him, Gavin Williams, who throws some interference out there, and Caleb comes all the way up across the 30 to the 33-yard line. Ohio State has invited Iowa to return kicks today, and that was a good one.
Yeah, it was, and they ran it to the right again, and there was a special teams coach right there to give him a high five on that good return.
Cody Simon, a backup linebacker, on the stop. So Iowa with good field position. Let's see if Alex Padilla, his 3rd try at quarterback, can result in a nice long scoring drive. Laporta goes in motion. Twin receivers to the left. They run it off the right side of LaShawn Williams, and he breaks through for a nice gain up to the 39. That's 5 on first down. And well blocked by Mason Richmond, who pulled and got out there and threw a block.
And again, another run blitz. I'll bet 80% of the time there's been a run blitz from Ohio State's defense.
Hawks look at 2nd and 5. That's one of their better first down gainers this afternoon. Just under 9 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. If nothing else, put a long drive together, give that defense a break. Here's another run blitz, Ed. You could almost say that on every snap. Jack Plum seeing some action today. LaShawn gets 2. And Iowa looks at, actually they bring the ball back now and spot it at the 41. They need to get to the 45. Tyleek Williams, the nose tackle, trips up LaShawn Williams. So this has to be, one would think, a rollout and a throw by Padilla. Gavin Williams in the backfield. Hawks run trips to the right. And Brody Breck to the bottom of the field. Now Reganey comes in motion toward Breck. Here's Padilla in the gun. He's going to throw. Has his man, Laporta. First down across midfield. Sam ran a square out, a short square out, ran past the chains, and Alex put it right on his mitts.
Yeah, and they've been splitting Laporta out to a wide receiver position a lot today. And we haven't been able to get the ball to him. At that time, it looked pretty easy, pitch and catch.
Gain of 9, 1st and 10 at midfield. 7:50 to go, 3rd quarter. Sam's been targeted 5 times, 4 catches today for 40 yards. The Highland, Illinois product. Motion comes Arlen Bruce. He reversed this earlier and tried to do a jet sweep the other way. Out of a tight eye, here comes the blitz, and Padilla's sacked. Well, actually, he got rid of the football as he was going down. Good job by Alex. I mean, that's a heck of a play. Otherwise, it's a 10-yard loss.
Yeah, I mean, and that's that linebacker, again, that's been blitzing all day. Tamumalua, or defensive end linebacker.
Is this like Groundhog Day? Every time Bill Murray, every time you wake up, it's the same thing happening.
Yep.
My goodness. Well, they're taking advantage of that young offensive line. Assistant coach George Barnett has run in a number of new faces this afternoon. They're missing Jennings, a dunker. He's out with an injury. That's why Plum is out there. 2nd down, 10 at midfield. Now they rush 3 this time, and Alex completes the pass up in and out of the hands of Luke Lachey. Check that, it's incomplete.
Good throw, though. It was just a little bit of area that he could get it into, and the ball was only where Lachey could catch it.
Couldn't quite scoop it off the turf. Lachey and Eichen Eichenberg having some words. Luke, of course, from Columbus. 3rd down and 10 for the Hawkeyes at midfield. 7:24 to go third quarter. 33-10 Ohio State. Now they show run blitz or blitz. Good protection. Padilla now flushed out of the pocket, running for his life, and throws complete to Laporta, but well short of the first down. It'll be at the 44-yard line of Ohio State.
This is 4-down territory for the Hawkeyes.
Be 4th down and 4. They need to reach the Buckeye 40. Ransom, he's been a busy safety today. Got Laporta out of bounds, so the Hawks appear to be going for it.
And you know, Padilla ran away from a sack there again, too.
Had good protection. Iowa is 0 for 3 on 4th down this year. Historically, they've been a good 4th down conversion offense. Not this year. They've only tried it 3 times. Let's see if they can get it done here. Williams in the backfield. Gavin Williams with Padilla. Now he's forced out of the pocket, rolling. He can run for it, but instead throws it out of bounds. Looked to me like Nathan could Alex could have turned the corner and gotten the first down, but instead tried to force a pass to Laporta, or check that, Brody Breck, and not even close. So we'll exchange possession here. A turnover on downs. Ohio State will have the ball at the Iowa 40 or the Ohio State 45 when play resumes. 6.5 to go, third quarter. Buckeyes leading the Hawkeyes 33-10. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Ohio State with a 33-10 lead on Iowa here at the Horseshoe. Scarlet the Shoe Day, and the fans got the word. Ed, they're in candy apple red or scarlet. Very little gray today, and kind of like if visualize the Iowa black and gold striping game. That's always colorful and pretty.
Yep, and the crowd has certainly been into it all day, especially when the Hawks were put up a lead early in the game and held them to field goals for a while.
C.J. Stroud stays in a quarterback. Marvin Harrison, who caught the touchdown pass on the last drive, leads a trio of receivers wide left. And Travion Henderson is the tailback. 6.5 to play, third quarter. And the Buckeyes again operate with great field position. Whistles as the ball is snapped. Jack Campbell was closing on C.J. Stroud.
Number 4, 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
You know,
Julian Fleming, illegal motion.
Yeah, you can bet that Stroud is going to try to add to his numbers.
Oh, of course,
right here.
You bet. Yeah. I don't look for any substitutions here till well into the fourth quarter, but the Iowa defense has won the day overall against this, at least to this point, to this Buckeye offense. with this Buckeye offense. Here's Stroud again. They'll try that play one more time. Here's a receiver screen going nowhere as Kayvon Merriweather throws Marvin Harrison 5 yards into the Ohio State bench.
A good clean play, though.
No, absolutely.
Just threw him out of bounds.
And you know what the Iowa defense is saying? If you're going to throw on us up 33-10,
yeah,
take this.
Would they lose about 3 or 4 on that?
Yep. Back to the 41. Well, loss of 4, actually, Ed. Second down 14, so keep throwing it, especially those sideline patterns. Hawks are rushing 4. Campbell and Benson, the linebackers. Stroud again in the pistol. Play fake, gonna throw it. Hawks put pressure on him, and a wide open receiver at the Iowa 32. Boy, he flicked that one out there, didn't he?
And he got hit just as he threw it. Good pressure.
Abuka's had a big day. And the Buckeyes move into Iowa territory on a first down catch. Quinn Schulte was right there. 28 yards, though. And that was all on Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, that was a heck of a throw.
Looked like he used half his arm there, half of a circumference. He just flicked it. Strong arm. Here he's going to throw it again. That looked like a hold on Ohio State. Pass is caught. Great catch down at the 13 by Marvin Harrison on Quinn Schulte.
No way that ball should have been thrown. We had over coverage.
Schulte, I mean, you couldn't get better coverage. A deep square out by Marvin Harrison. He's got long arms at 6'4". That's an 18-yard gain. And in 2 pass plays, the Buckeyes have moved from their own 40 to the Iowa 13. First and 10. 33-10. 5 minutes to play, third quarter. Clock will continue to run. The Buckeyes want to pad some numbers. Abuka goes in motion. They have single receivers either way with him on the move. Stroud to throw. Hawks rushing 4. Pass to the end zone. Caught for a touchdown. Sebastian Castro had single coverage on Emeka Egbuka, who's emerged as the star today, and the Buckeyes laying it on the Hawkeyes now 39-10 pending the point after try.
And Stroud adding to his numbers. The Heisman. This is the Heisman time here the rest of this day.
Ohio State now over 200 yards of total offense. Not even half of what they've been averaging. So we'll wait for the point.
On the field of a touchdown has been confirmed.
Thank you very much.
Those last 2 throws, though, were something.
Yeah, I tell you, this kid's got some kind of an arm. He is fun to watch, especially if you're an Ohio State backer. Ruggles for the point after try. Almost blocked. Good effort there by Cooper DeJean. Couldn't quite get there. It's right through with 4:43 to play. Third quarter, and the Buckeyes have a 40-10 lead on Iowa. Ohio State was a 28-point favorite coming into the game today. Well, they're there now. It's taken a while to get there, but they're there. Of course, a lot of self-inflicted wounds by the Hawkeyes has contributed. 5 turnovers to be exact, at least to this point. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish.
I was just going to say I can't remember a game, and I think this is about my 40th year that we've had 5 turnovers. You know, I'd have to go back. We'll have to get the storybook out and take a look. But
most Iowa turnovers in a game. Well, at least in the Kirk Ferentz era.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to go back a ways. I think we might be missing a game or 2. As good as Iowa's been, more often than not in football. Yeah, you're right. See if Corey can track that down. Basketball's right around the corner. The first, the exhibition opener with Jeff Horner, former Hawkeye star, down at Truman State. Jeff's got a roster, Division II power, by the way, Truman State. Jeff's got a roster full of former Iowa high school stars who probably just been dying to play a game of Carver Hawkeye Arena. And Fran McCaffrey with another outstanding, exciting team will take on Truman State Halloween night, October 31st. Bobby Hansen Talked to Bobby last night for a bit. He is doing well. He and Mary tuned in this afternoon like they always are. And Bobby wanted to remind you and I that today would have been the 94th birthday of Lenore Hansen.
Oh, that's right.
Lenore Hansen, Stu and Lenore, whose name is on top of the Hansen Performance Center in Iowa City. Lenore Hansen, happy 94th birthday from heaven for Lenore.
Yep, and no chance.
First play from scrimmage, Padilla is sacked by, imagine that, a blitzing linebacker. So from the 25 back to the 19. Padilla's dropped there. That's a sack, a loss of 6. Second down, 16. 4 minutes to go, third quarter. Here's Padilla straight back to pass. Fires a good throw to Nico Reganey across the 20.
Well, he had about 1 inch to get that ball in. That safety or cornerback was
Tommy Eichenberg, the line.
Oh my goodness!
He runs like a safety. And you know, let's be fair here. As well as as outstanding as the Iowa defense has played today, this Buckeye defense is the real deal.
Yep.
And they're top 10 in most statistical categories, total defense most notably, like Iowa, and in scoring defense this season. So a gain of a couple after all that, and now we got a false start on Iowa. Looks like they're going to get young Bo Stevens with the illegal motion, so that will bring the ball back to the 15. And the Hawks are behind the 8 ball here. It'll be third down and 20. 3:17 to play in the third quarter.
We've talked about how loud this stadium is, and they got something going on all the time. They're in the huddle and they got a loudspeaker going off. I mean,
yeah, the gong, the bell is tolling. Padilla with 1 running back, 4 receivers, 3 to the wide side. They run the draw handoff to Gavin Williams, and he's got some room across the 30. First down, fumbles the football, but it's out of bounds. Fumbles the football. They had 3 Buckeyes diving for it, and it went out of bounds, so the Hawks will keep it, and it should be a first down across the 35. What a great call there. Run the draw play. They're just looking for some punting room, and they run the draw play for a first down across the 35 to the 38. It looked, ball went out of bounds across, thought it went out of bounds across the 40. 21 yards on the pickup.
oh no.
By rule, if I heard referee McGinn, the ball comes back to the spot of the fumble, which is the 34th, so they're a yard shy of the first down. What else can go wrong with the Iowa offense?
I mean,
Brian Ferentz is, or Kirk Ferentz, excuse me, is, shall we say, not happy. I don't know if he's not happy with where they ruled the fumble occurred.
If Ohio State touched that ball inbounds and then it went out,
I think they did.
It's got to go to that spot.
And that might be what Kirk is arguing,
yeah.
But I mean, well, they're going to go for it. Let's hope they get it. Padilla shoves forward, and he's got the first down across the 35 to the 36. Good effort by Logan Jones in the middle. If you're going to run behind anybody, run behind Logan Jones. First and 10 Iowa, but a great play by Gavin Williams following his blockers on that, what we thought was a 21-yard run. Spotted that as a 19, but they get the first down. So the Hawks keep the football. 2 minutes to go, third quarter, trailing 40-10. Here's the slant handoff to Gavin Williams, and he's ganged up on. Got about a yard. Eichenberg, boy, has he had a game.
Yep. He's everything as advertised, and he's the captain of that defense.
How does he only have 6 tackles? He had that in the first couple series.
Well,
4 solo. He's got an interception, a pick 6, a tackle for loss. He's got a pass breakup. So I guess his numbers total double figures. Tommy Eichenberg, and you know, we knew about him coming in. He's the real deal. Now Padilla's sacked. Dropped back. Took a look to the near sideline and then went into the fetal position. He turned to run to the wide side of the field. Problem was there was a Buckeye right in his gun sight. And so he just protected the football. I mean, I don't know. You couldn't ask Mason Richmond to do any more. He kept the defensive end, and he's really good. Tui Maloau out of there. Javante Jean-Baptiste came in from the other side, and now the Hawkeyes face 3rd down and 14 after a loss of roughly 6 by Padilla. Well, they run the draw handoff again, and here comes Williams. This time it's LaShawn. Gets to the 44. He's going to be 2 yards shy of a first down.
Yeah, he needed to turn up field. He had a chance for the first down.
A little misread there. Good effort, but great blocking in the interior of the Iowa line.
Well, they kind of let them all go past him and rush past him. That's the way a draw play is supposed to work.
He got 12 of the needed 14. Third quarter comes to an end. 4th and 2. We'll come back with the Iowa decision in a minute. After 3 quarters, Ohio State 40 and the Hawkeyes 10. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Sheen Shed award-winning pork entrees are our specialty. Try the Parmesan crusted America's Cut, charbroiled and served with a mushroom white wine sauce, or a roasted stuffed Iowa chop. This center-cut bone-in chop is stuffed with a apple raisin dressing and glazed with an apple whiskey sauce. Your meal is never complete without one of our homemade apple dumplings. See you for dinner.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Fourth quarter straight ahead here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Ohio State 40 and Iowa 10. Welcome back to Columbus with Ed Podolak and Robbie Brooks, Corey Sheets, John Swisher. I'm Gary Dolphin. Hawkeyes with 5 turnovers today. Roughly half of Ohio State's points have come off turnovers. And we bring that up because this is an Ohio State offense that is dynamic and has been all year. They scored 21 in South Bend to beat Notre Dame, but since then they have just steamrolled everybody. And the defense was equally good today, or has been through 3 quarters. Iowa has 111 total yards, 47 plays. Hawks have run 1 more play than Ohio State. Buckeyes have 208 yards. Now think about this. Ohio State's averaging 496 yards of total offense. They've got 208 against this Iowa defense. That is Big D.
And a lot of those in this last kind of mop-up times here where they're still throwing the ball. Ohio State has still got their eye on making their quarterback the Heisman Trophy winner. And, you know, I can't argue with that. I guess that's the way you recruit. That's the way you...
Turnovers have been the story. I mean, who knows what might have happened. And still, the Iowa defense forced Noah Ruggles has kicked 4 field goals, most of those, or all of those, off short drives. Most of those off Iowa turnovers. Hawks turned it over on downs the last possession before, well, they had the ball 4th and 2 as we start the 4th quarter. Hawks turned it over on downs, and previous possession in Ohio State went 50 yards in 4 plays, 2 long pass plays, as C.J. Stroud adds to his glossy numbers for this season. They have a 15-yard drive for a touchdown. They have 1 long drive today, 10 plays, 75 yards, and a pick 6 from linebacker Eichenberg. Well, the Hawkeyes will go for it. No,
it looks like we're going to punt it, unless it's a fake punt.
Torrey Taylor faked a punt today and got sacked 2 yards prior to reaching the first down chain. Got dinged up a little bit, but he's okay. 46-yard punt there. Fair caught by Ohio State. And we'll see if Ryan Day continues the pressure of throwing the football to pad the stats for the Buckeyes. When you're number 2 in the country, you can pretty well do what you want, but this Iowa defense has been up to the task today, that's for sure. Stroud's still in there at quarterback. Their backup is Kyle McCord, a sophomore from Philadelphia. The Buckeyes run straight ahead with Travion Henderson. Jack Campbell mixing it up with Paris Johnson. All-American versus All-American.
Man, I looked. Paris Johnson is one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen.
6'6", 310. The other tackle is 6'8", 360. Couple of houses on wheels. Here's Henderson again. Good blocking. He gets around the 20-yard line to the 21. Good job by Iowa, though, and Quinn Schulte. He and Jack Campbell have had games today. Schulte with the tackle. The gain comes out to the 21. It'll be first down after a gain of 6 or 7. Clock running, 14 minutes to play in the game. Ohio State will move to 7-0 on the year. The Hawks will drop to 3-4 overall and 1-3 in the Big Ten. C.J. Stroud letting some of that clock run. Now has the play from the sideline. Play fake, steps back in the pocket, wants to throw down the middle of the field, has a man, caught, and going for a touchdown. Julian Fleming. Trying to see which Iowa defensive back, but it was either Merriweather or Schulte that was in coverage, and they ran a Cooper DeJean. I stand corrected. Boy, what a throw by Stroud, huh?
Yeah, that was a beautiful throw, but Cooper DeJean's played the entire game. What kind of shape do you have to be in?
Yeah.
And Fleming hasn't played 10 plays.
79-yard hookup. Stroud and Julian Fleming, 6'2" junior from Pennsylvania. Catawissa, Pennsylvania. That's his 5th touchdown grab this year. He had 11 catches coming into the game.
Yeah.
He now has 5 touchdowns
on 12 catches.
Point after try by Ruggles is good. It is 47-10. Now keep in mind, 5 years ago it was 55-24 back in Iowa City. So Ohio State trying to return a little of the flavor here at the Horseshoe. Timeout on the field. Hawks will get the ball when we come back. 13:26 to play in the game. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner. Oh, I thank you. I meant U.S. Bank. I knew that. U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, Mark, Blue Cross Blue Shield brings you Hawkeye football. We're at Ohio State. The Buckeyes have rolled up a 47-10 lead on the Hawks with 13.5 to play. Number 2 Ohio State in command. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. They're tuned in Ottumwa and Ottawa, Olin, Olds, and Okoboji. Thanks for listening on the Hawkeye Radio Network. And thanks to you all for listening in around the country. You can reach us on Twitter at Gary Dolphin or on Facebook at voiceofthehawks.com. Let us know where you're listening in from. We'd be happy to give you a shout out. A lot of farmers, a lot of turkey and deer hunters tuned in this time of year, Edward.
Driving from your wonderful town of Dubuque to the airport the other day was one of the prettiest drives I've ever had. Beautiful day. Almost every farm had equipment in the field. So.
Well, you spent the bye week on the river, on the Mississippi, from Burlington to Guttenberg to obviously ending up in Dubuque, where we traveled down to the airport yesterday. And yeah, you're right. Those colors, those bright red and gold and orange, as usual, something to behold in Iowa. Here's the Ohio State kickoff after the last drive of 90 yards, 3 plays, a touchdown throw, 79 yards. C.J. Stroud to Julian Fleming, and the Hawkeyes, Caleb Johnson. You know, we were talking during the break. Caleb Johnson's played a lot today, but Cooper DeJean, we think, has played every snap, every play. Special teams.
Yeah.
Johnson runs the ball out to the 31. Nice effort by him.
Gavin Williams throws great blocks for him, too. You know, Galvin is kind of the up back, but
tough guy. Out of Des Moines. So Alex Padilla, who's gone all the way here in the second half in reserve of Spencer Petras, has an empty backfield. Ohio State rushes 4. Alex tried to run up the middle of the field after taking a peek.
Yeah, they dropped
downfield.
7. I'm sorry, they dropped 7, so he had no place to go with the ball, and then our pass protection broke down with only 4 guys rushing, where they've been blitzing us all day.
Caden Curry and Jerron Cage combine on the stop. 111 total yards for the Hawkeyes. 298 for Ohio State, and a third of that, of course, better than a third of that coming, half of that coming in not mop-up time, but when the decision on the winner was in a while ago, thanks to 5 Hawkeye turnovers. Tommy Eichenberg again on the stop. Boy, he's had a heck of a game today. Buckeyes starting to substitute more freely. They send in 3 new down linemen. It's 3rd down 11. No gain on the last running play. Gavin Williams, the tailback. He's run a couple nice draws. And here come the Buckeyes. Padilla gets rid of it. Caught. Nice catch by Laporta. That'll be a first down out across. Well, no, they spot him out at the 40. Now he caught the ball at the 41. Interesting spot. Needed to get to the 41 for the first down. Cam Martinez was there in coverage. Sam's had a good day. Had a nice visit with his folks last night. 6 catches, 55 yards for Sam Laporta. Hawks are going to go for it on fourth down and a little less than a yard. And here's Padilla. Throws well over the head of Arlen Bruce. Had him wide open.
I think it was tipped, wasn't it?
Ooh, I did. Well, it might have been.
Yeah, the guy's holding his arm.
I didn't see a.
91 is showboating like he tipped it.
Well, let's take a look here. No, not even close.
Well, I guess he was excited about.
He must have been happy about his rush upfield. Yeah, Arlen Bruce reversed motion and was wide open out in the left flat, and Alex just missed him. So it goes over on downs. Another short field for the Buckeyes. We'll see if C.J. Stroud is done for the day or if he returns, as Ohio State has a comfortable 47-10 lead. 11:27 to go in the game. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
DePaco Credit Union members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, this is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Hawkeye football from Columbus. Welcome back, courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. 47-10, Ohio State cruising to its 7th victory of the year. Let's check in with Rob Brooks on the U.S. Cellular sideline.
Just been watching the offensive line and seeing who's getting most of the time, Dolph, because Kirk Ferentz mentioned it at the half. Wasn't real pleased with the protection in the first 2 quarters, but Mason Richmond and Jack Plum have been most of the time, if not all the time, at tackle. DeYoung, Ellsbury at left guard, Stevens, Colby back and forth at right guard, and Jones obviously has gone the entire time at center. So good to get Jack Plum back in the mix.
Thanks, Robbie. C.J. Stroud will stay in at quarterback. Buckeyes go empty with 5 receivers. Another short field. Iowa has turned it over on downs 3 times. Add in 5 turnovers, and the Hawkeye defense is back out there on its heels, trying to keep the Buckeyes out of the end zone. On a play fake, Stroud is going to go deep again. Now he's going to cover up and run. Now he reverses motion, throws across the field to the far sideline, and a missed tackle by Sebastian Castro will add about 20 yards to this play. Out of bounds inside the 20 at the 19 on the hookup is tight end Cave Stover, who very Dallas Clark-like hurdled a submarining Sebastian Castro. And Sebastian, I mean, those guys have got to be dragging today. They've played almost every one of Ohio State's snaps. Buckeyes get a first down at the Iowa 20. It's a gain of about 20. It's right at 20 yards. So here's a receiver screen inside the 15-yard line, and then spun down at the 12 is Marvin Harrison. Seth Benson, good job at catching up or running across the field. Seth has been all over the place again today. He's got half a dozen tackles, 1 for loss. Quinn Schulte with 7 tackles and a pass breakup leads the Iowa effort. A gain of 9 on first down. Ohio State trying to break 50. Here's a fake on the toss sweep. Stroud gets away from one defensive lineman, throws into the end zone, deflected in and out of the hands of Marvin Harrison was the intended receiver. Cooper DeJean got a glove on it and tipped it away. Another terrific play by Cooper.
Yeah, and Ryan Day, he talked about how many times he was upset that he looked at that film. It was his first year as
the 55-24 Iowa win. He sort of left a scar.
Yeah, and he is not letting up.
And that scar is still there. Well, he also knows how well Iowa's defense has played today. So they're looking to pad this number right here. 3rd down and 1. Stroud, all kinds of protection, throws, picked off. Picked off by Kayvon Merriweather at the goal line. Oh, we got a flag back at the line of scrimmage. You would think that would be a hold on Ohio State. 2 flags, actually. C.J. Stroud is not happy. He's got a couple long touchdown throws, a couple long pass plays. Let's check out the Hawkeyes. Kirk Ferentz, an interested onlooker across the way, along with Seth Wallace.
There's 2 fouls on the play. Holding, offense, number 74. Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 91. Those fouls all set. 3rd down.
So Lucas Van Ness gets called for the face mask after the hold on Donovan Jackson, or as the play was developing. They might have been nose to nose, but either way they'll rerun the play. So it's remains 3rd down. 3rd down and 1 for the first down. Even balanced line now. 2 tight ends for Ohio State. Stroud's up under center, a rarity, and he tries to go forward for the first down, and boy, his knee was down shy of the 10. Now, is that enough for a first down? John Wagner with great penetration, and Stroud stumbled. Well, this is going to come down to a spot. Looks like from here, Ed, it looks like he's just short.
You think they're going to measure? You think they're going to stop the game and bring the sticks in?
I don't think so. They'll go for it on 4th down. They're what are they, 5 for 5 on the year on 4th down? Half a yard away, and first down is gained by Travion Henderson. Ooh, the ball tried to hop out of there. Now we got Benson mixing it up with 6'8", 360-pound DeJuan Jones. Laying on Seth Benson.
You can hardly get him in your binoculars. He's so big.
9 minutes to go in the game. And Ohio State moves the chains. It's now 1st and goal inside the 10. Here's Stroud again up under center. Play fake, going to throw. All kinds of time. Now he spins away from Iowa's rush and throws it away. What coverage in the end zone by the Hawkeye secondary.
And who've been running for, what, 3 hours now? I mean,
I wish it was only 3 hours. A little over 3 hours. Second down and goal. Stroud. They run a jet sweep. Iowa. Well, there's a hold on Joe Evans.
I mean,
unbelievable.
So obvious. from 10 stories up.
Tackle just reached out and grabbed Joe on the jet sweep. Abuka gets inside the 5 to the 3. Oh well. Joe's going to have to get a new jersey. That thing almost got ripped off. Joe made the big play for the defense today. A sack, strip fumble, picked it up, ran it in for Iowa's only touchdown. 3rd down and goal. Hawkeye defense continues the fight. Here's Stroud rolling out right, drops it off to the tailback or the fullback and into the end zone. The H-back goes for the touchdown. Mitch Rossi is listed as a tight end. H-back, his first touchdown grab of the season. And Ohio State leads at 53-10.
That was a well-designed play.
It was.
That H-back came across and then went back across the line of scrimmage and was wide open. And I would say that that Ryan Day is looking for more than 55 points.
Well, they should be going for 2 then, shouldn't they? Point after try is good. 8 minutes to go in the game, and the Ohio State lead now is 54-10. Back to Columbus in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Ohio State with touchdowns on its last 4 possessions. A couple of those Iowa went for it on 4th down, turned it over in its own territory and gave the Buckeyes short fields. And the Heisman candidate C.J. Stroud has taken advantage of that charitable field position and driven Ohio State into the end zone 4 consecutive times. Way back to noon today. This was an entertaining, good football game. Iowa's defense was spectacular. The problem is the Hawks turned the ball over early and often. 5 turnovers on the day, and by midway through the 3rd quarter it was pretty apparent that there'd be no comeback. And we're not to the end yet. 8 minutes to play. It's 54-10. Ryan Day's down there coaching and upset with a couple of his players, even after that last scoring drive, that short scoring drive of 40 yards. Took him 8 plays, Ed, to get to the end zone in 3.5 minutes. So the Hawkeye defense is fighting hard, but on an empty gas tank.
Yeah, and Ryan Day is trying to get to #1 in the country. And
sure.
So helps with everything, helps with raising money, recruiting.
Ruggles will kick off. He's got a handful of field goals today. Back when the game was still there for the taking, the upset was still possible, but the Iowa offense just has been unable to mount any consistency today. Jaden Fielding now kicking off. And Caleb Johnson watches it sail over his head out of bounds, so the Hawks will bring it out to the 25. Alex Padilla has gone the entire second half in place of Spencer Petras. And it'll be Padilla again on this series. Tight end Laporta wings left, now comes in motion. 1st and 10 at the 25. And the handoff is to LaShawn Williams, and he bowls ahead for maybe 3. Cody Simon, one of their linebackers, gets some extra minutes today and places Steel Chambers. Arlen Bruce, Madi Potabom come into the game. Laporta splits left, double tight. Luke Lachey and Laporta go left. Bruce is to the right. Now he comes in motion and gets the handoff on the jet sweep, and he's got some room across the 40 up to the 45. Well, he's got good speed, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Good
and
moves.
Good running skills. You know, I'm thinking that someday we might see him in the Wildcat too, you know.
First down for the Hawks. They bring it out to the 42-yard line. Gain of about 15. Kai Stokes on the tackle for Ohio State as they substitute freely on the defensive side. There's a big hole off the right side. LaShawn Williams punches it up to midfield. A gain of 8 on first down. I'll tell you, Jack Plum is he's played well today. The young man from Green Bay.
He was put in the game early.
Yeah, he's throwing his weight around really well. He opened up a gaping hole there for LaShawn Williams. Jack Plum, 300-pound senior at 6'7" from Bayport High School up in Packer country. Here's Caleb Johnson running off the left side over guard and center. Got a yard, then was thrown back. Hawkeyes face 3rd down and roughly 2. Kenyatta Jackson on the stop for Ohio State. With help from Caden Curry. Brody Breck wide left. Out there with him in the slot is Reganey, and tight end Laporta and Lachey in the game. They're going to block for Caleb Johnson, who gets the first down in Ohio State territory at the 45. And wait a minute, what's this now? They're saying that Caleb got hit, juggled the ball, and Ohio State took it away. Huh.
What?
Well, I got to believe they're going to look at this, but I'm trying to find a replay and I don't see it.
And we don't have a mic that works on that official.
I can't imagine. They got to. I would think they'd look.
Media timeout.
A media timeout. Well, we'll come back and. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Here's a replay now. We look at. Oh yeah, the ball's on the ground. Now, did Ohio State get control of it before he went out of bounds?
Doesn't look like it's from that shot, but
the ball was stripped away from Caleb Johnson. Well, timeout on the field. The Hawkeyes trail 54-10. 5.5 minutes to play in the game. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye football. Iowa trails Ohio State 54-10. There is no Athletico-sponsored review of the fumble. The ruling was Ohio State recovered it before going out of bounds, as the ball was jarred loose from Caleb Johnson. So that is 6 Iowa turnovers, and the misery continues for the Iowa offense.
I think I saw Kyle McCord warming up.
Okay.
He may get to come in now at quarterback.
So C.J. Stroud's day is done. Here's John Swisher with an updated scoreboard from U.S. Bank.
Dolph Rutgers has come all the way back, scoring 24 unanswered points, 24-14, 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Now Purdue and Wisconsin, Northwestern Maryland about ready to get started. Division III, Central over Simpson 7-3 into the second quarter, and Grinnell losing to Lake Forest at halftime 35-0.
All right, Swish, thanks to U.S. Bank. We'll have a complete scoreboard wrap up those finals on our postgame show, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. So there is a new quarterback, and it is Stroud. And they hand the ball off, or he hands the ball off to Dallin Hayden, young man out of Memphis, a freshman running back. He's 5'10", 195. Gotten 38 carries this year. Of course, all the backups at Ohio State, given the lopsidedness of most of their scores, with the exception of Notre Dame, have logged a lot of minutes. Kyle McCord is a 6'3" sophomore from St. Joseph's Prep in Philly. Wide receiver in motion to the slot, one side to the other. Here's another handoff to Hayden. Nope, that was a keeper by Stroud. And he throws to the second option. Good play fake. The tight end on the receiving end. We're going deeper into the roster. We'll have to check. That is G.E.E. Scott Jr. G. Scott. I'd like to know the origin of that first name. A gain of about 2 or 3. Ball at the 47-yard line. Stroud, good job of camouflaging that play. He's in the gun on third down. Third down and roughly 5 for the Buckeyes, with 4 minutes 13 seconds to play. There's the shotgun snap. McCord sets up the receiver screen. Be close to a first down. Noah Shannon on the stop. They ran the bubble screen to Caleb Brown out of Chicago St. Rita. Jack Campbell with another tackle, and it is just shy of a first down. So third down, less than a yard, with 3:40 to go in the game. Looks like roughly half the stadium is exited into the afternoon sunshine of 70+ degrees to continue their tailgating. Boy, they were out here early this morning. And the Buckeyes are going to punt it. We haven't seen their punter a lot today. To the 5-yard line, where Arlen Bruce gathers it in and brings it back out across the 20. So the Hawks, after the fumble by Caleb Johnson, turn Ohio State away. Jesse Mirko, what is that, his second punt, I think, on the day? Doesn't really matter. Iowa gets the ball back, trailing 54-10. 15-yard return by Arlen Bruce. Third punt today for Mirko. Here's the handoff ahead to Gavin Williams. Nice cutback move off left tackle. Pads are popping. He crossed the 25 to the 26-yard line. Nice gain of 5 or 6 on first down. Hawkeyes are home for homecoming next Saturday with the Northwestern Wildcats. That is a 2:30 start, so pregame coverage will begin around 12:30 here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Handoff again to Gavin Williams, and Ohio State just poured across the line of scrimmage, and Gavin had no chance there. loses 3 or 4 back to the 22. We've seen a lot of that today, Ed.
Yeah. It's been a good lesson for our young offensive line. Through the rest of the season, they'll never see anything like this again, and let's hope they improve greatly between now and next week.
Pala'i Gaetioti the fourth, the linebacker on the stop. Sounds like I'm speaking a different language, but that's his name. There's a heck of a catch lying on his back by Brody Breck. On a rollout right, Padilla threw the ball to the sideline, and Brody stumbled, went to his back, and caught the football while laying prone to the ground. We've had it all today. Hawks are short of the first down, so they'll punt it away with 1:50 to go, and Ohio State leading 54-10. 6 turnovers by the Hawkeyes. That's the story of this day, as the Hawks will regroup, come back home for Northwestern next week. Taylor steps into one. Short kick, but real high, takes an Iowa bounce and dies at the 34-yard line. Xavier Wampa, one of the gunners downfield, 37-yard punt for Torrey Taylor. Stay with us for the U.S. Cellular postgame show. We'll hear from Coach Ferentz. Joe Evans out of Ames High School had the lone Iowa touchdown on the day. Will be our guest star. The Old Dominion best of the best, Joe Evans. What a play he made on that sack, strip fumble, and touchdown, all in one motion. Here's a running play into the short side of the field, as Kyle McCord handed off to Dallin Hayden. At this next snap, there'll be a minute to play in the game. So the Hawks drop to 3-4 and 1-3 in the Big Ten. Ohio State, flexing its second-ranked muscles, will move on at 7-0.
I think they have Penn State next week.
Yeah, they travel to Penn State.
Yeah.
The Nittany Lions are taking on Minnesota tonight at State College. Another running play. Ooh, a big hole off the left side. Run of about 5 or 6. Good job in recovering Sebastian Castro, as Chad Ray got the handoff, and that'll be it. Coach Ferentz and Ryan Day meet at center field. Last play of the game. Final score, Ohio State 54 and the Hawkeyes 10. And we're back to Columbus with the U.S. Cellular postgame show right after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family or community member you'd like to recognize and nominate, please do so at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football has been brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. And by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Welcome back to Columbus and the Horseshoe. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak and our U.S. Cellular postgame show. Hawkeyes on the short end of a 54-10 score. The Hawks hadn't been 50-pointed in 8 years. The last time a team scored 50 or more on the Hawkeyes was at Minnesota in 2014. And Eddie, it starts and ends with the 6 turnovers by the Hawkeyes today. The catalyst that led to many of those 54 Ohio State points.
Yeah, you know, there's some of them were obvious, some of them were flukes, but there were 6 turnovers, and everybody was guilty. Quarterbacks, running backs. It was just depressing afternoon for you and I.
On a beautiful day here in Ohio, and part of it, or a generous portion. Also falls at the feet of turning the ball over on downs. At least 3-4 occasions there where Ohio State had short fields to work with as well.
Well, they had short field all day. They had one real drive. That was, 85 yards, 10 plays or something?
75 yards, 10 plays,
yeah, but everything else was short field or defensive scoring off an interception.
Pick 6 by Eichenberg, the linebacker, right near the end of the first half. That, it was 19-10, and we were hoping the Hawks could get to the locker room down 9 and regroup, and boy, that changed everything.
Yeah, in fact, we had the ball, and we were hoping maybe that there'd be, some kind of a drive and maybe 3 points at least, and gosh, then it was all of a sudden it's like it just caved in. He stepped right in front of where the ball was intended to go, and Spencer hit him right between the numbers, and in he went.
First play from scrimmage was an interception. Petrus roll out left, and boy, that was an ugly start. But the Iowa defense was just, Herculean again in that first half, and kept it close. And it just, you just shake your head. We've watched this defense all year long, and Phil Parker's had them not only ready to play, but playing immaculate football.
Yeah, and then, when Ohio State got ahead and they were able to throw the ball at will, a couple of long passes, and I'm going to tell you, this guy is the real deal. Stroud is at least one of the top 3 favorites for the Heisman at this point, and we saw what he can do today.
Strong arm. He ends up on the afternoon 20 of 30 for 286 yards, 4 touchdown throws, picked off once, quarterback rating of 184.1. Now, late in the game, several of those touchdowns came in mop-up, but he's a Heisman candidate. Got to pad the stats, and the Buckeyes put it on the Hawks in that second half. But Ohio State had 105 yards of total offense in the first half.
Yeah, unbelievable. And if it hadn't been for that last interception for the touchdown, at halftime, even though we had to give the ball to them to begin the second half, we would have been in the ball game in the second half. But that was really a backbreaker. And, it happens, and you just got to go back to work. Kirk will be upbeat about where we got to go from here. But, the offensive line just didn't perform to the ability or the capability that they've got to perform if we're going to be good on offense.
Hawkeyes with 158 yards of total offense. Ohio State ended up with 360. Of course, at least a third of that came when the game was far from in doubt. The Buckeyes win at 54-10. But, you tip your cap to the number 2 ranked Buckeyes. If they get to the playoffs, they'll be a great representative of the Big Ten Conference. And they're on a roll. They have been since that 21-10 victory over Notre Dame to start the year. Final score 54-10. Buckeyes. Will come back with our interview portion of the program. Our U.S. Cellular postgame show continues after this. U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Join the national network built by locals for locals. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Anthony Herron, Bobby Carpenter, Jake Butt, Matt McGloin, and Ben Hartsock. Coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
With Ed Podolak, Gary Dolphin here at the Horseshoe in Columbus, Ohio, where this afternoon Iowa fell to the second-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes 54-10. 38-10 through no fault of the defense. It was a terrific effort by the defense. With that, we welcome in our best of the best. Our Old Dominion Freight Line Best of the Game interview is sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Line, and that interviewee is Joe Evans, Iowa's outstanding defensive end, who had the big play of the day for the Hawkeyes. A sack of quarterback C.J. Stroud deep in Ohio State territory, a chest pump that knocked C.J. on his backside. The ball came out. Joe scooped it up, forced fumble, a scoop, and a score of 11 yards. Evans with a tackle, a sack, and a fumble recovery for a score. He joins us from the Hawkeye locker room. I know it's tough to come on the air in a situation like this, Joe, but I think your effort just painted the picture for the larger picture of how well the Iowa defense played today.
Just talking defensive-wise and I guess the whole team-wise, we knew we were going to come in here and give our best effort. I think our effort was out there, and I think we gave great effort, but it just wasn't enough to get the win. Yeah, you were in there for a half, at least on the scoreboard, and felt pretty good up to that point. And when you consider who you were defending, and C.J. Stroud, he's the real deal, isn't he? Yeah, no, he's a ball player now. Give credit to him and the whole offense just as a whole. They got really good offensive linemen, tight ends, receivers. You can go on and on about that team. That's all I really got to say.
Well, on your sack and the touchdown, you guys did the tackle in twist. And when you came around, your eyeballs had to get real big when you saw there was nobody between you and Stroud, huh? Yeah. Usually on those, the quarterback in the Michigan game, J.J. McCarthy, got rid of the ball, but I was just trying to, do what I could do best for the team. Just came around, and I knew I was going to get a good lick on him. I didn't know if he was going to hold on to the ball. Saw the ball fall out. We practiced scooping and scoring every day in practice, so just came down to my fundamentals and just doing whatever I could to help the team. Joe, you got a number of seniors beside yourself up front, John Wagner, Noah Shannon. Yep. That's been a pretty tight group ever since you guys came to campus, right? Oh, yeah, really tight group. Me and John actually roomed together. Noah I would do anything for. Logan Lee, he's a year younger, but kind of treat him as a senior too. So, I think just as a defensive whole, we're just a super close-knit group, and honestly, just as a defense, offense, and a team-wise, I think we're a super close-knit group. And I'll say something too here is that we're going to keep giving it our all, and for the rest of the season, these next 5 games. So. I like that description, a super close-knit group. It's got to be reassuring knowing that you've got Campbell and Benson behind you to clean up if anything goes wrong up front. Oh, absolutely. With guys in the back end like that, you got Campbell, Benson. Just the amount of trust I have in those guys, I would literally trust those guys with my life. So those guys, and then you guys got guys in the back end like Quinn Schulte, Capon. I can go on and on about the guys that are behind me. So it just really helps you play, especially my position, play defensive line, and just knowing those guys are going to be in the right spots. Yeah, that's a great point, because you got Riley Moss, Kayvon Merriweather, other seniors back there. This has been quite the senior group. What is it about Phil Parker's defense, Joe, that you've now played for 4 years? What is it that makes it magical or so special? I know you got to execute, but what's the ingredient or the ingredients that make it so solid? I think it's just every day we come out and give it our all. Every practice we really hone in on that, just giving it our all and being good at the fundamental stuff. So just being in the right position. I'll say this to the day I die. I think Coach Parker's one of the greatest coaches of all time. So just his ability to, get guys in the right position is just unbelievable. So proof's in the pudding, the way Iowa plays and has all year. And, you're coming out of a tough stretch here. Michigan, Ohio State today, tough road loss to a good Illinois team in Champaign. And now, starting next week, you could look at that schedule, whether it's Northwestern, Wisconsin, at Purdue, Minnesota, all tough games, but games that you'll be dead even with. Very few of those you'll be underdogs. So you've got to look ahead and say, hey, there's plenty of time to right the ship. Yeah, I think, coming to the locker room, I think
I think we're all just excited for the opportunity to come and just keep grinding and trying to get better and better. I mean, I think for me, I come into every game thinking it's winnable. So I'm just excited for the opportunity. I'm just excited to come out and grind with my brothers for another 5 weeks at least. So
well said. We'll end on that note. Joe, thanks so much for your time. Congratulations on a great play on Stroud today. That was fun to watch.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Joe Evans, our Old Dominion Best in the Game interview, sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in their game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Joe Evans with the quarterback sack, forced fumble, scoop, and score. He's a special player.
Practice it every day in practice. Hear that? The scoop and score.
I did hear that.
And he was a high school quarterback, right?
He was.
And it's probably been since high school since he scored. But, we've had some great interviews with our players of the game this year. You mean, what great representation, yeah. They have for the university and for our athletic program.
Couldn't agree more, buddy boy. So thanks to Old Dominion, thanks to Joe Evans. Now our John Deere Run of the Game is sponsored by our friends at John Deere and Van Wall Equipment. That is Joe Evans. Iowa's lone touchdown, a 13-yard sack, fumble, scoop, and score by Joe Evans, courtesy of Van Wall Equipment. Nothing runs like a Deere, especially when supported by the team at Van Wall Equipment. Stop by one of their locations and learn how to farm better, work smarter, and play harder when you run with Van Wall and John Deere. Hawkeye football has been brought to you today by Authentic Brand. On Hawkeye game days, we wear Authentic Brand, expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable. Authentic Brand's selection of premium Hawkeye gear should be your choice on game days and every day. Make it yours today and shop authentic-brand.com or at fine retailers near you. And by Iowa Corn and the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series, all about celebrating our student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Cyclones and Hawks work hard all year to get ready for the season ahead, so do Iowa's corn farmers. They're out there harvesting the crop right now, used in over 4,000 products, and that's a win for all Iowans. And no one gets you closer to the game than SiriusXM. Download the SiriusXM app and take your Hawks with you all season long. Tune in to Big Ten Radio exclusively on SiriusXM for news, talk, analysis, and more. Straight from your phone. No car required. We'll be back with more postgame courtesy of U.S. Cellular in just a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
The Hawkeyes play here. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
All on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
SprayTech Fertilizers asks, are your crops ready for Mother Nature's challenges? Too wet, too dry, weeds, insects, diseases. SprayTech has a full line of Full-Tech products to meet these challenges, like Full-Tech Cube with its application technology of 4 ounces per acre. Cube enhances nutrition, induces flower formation, improves plant health, reduces diseases from fungi and bacteria, and increases yield. It's reassuring to know your crops have a partner against Mother Nature with SprayTech.
Call SprayTech at 515-252-7777 or visit spraytech.com.
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Ohio State defeats Iowa 54-10 here at the Horseshoe in Columbus. Their outstanding quarterback, C.J. Stroud, ends up 20 of 30 on the day. 4 touchdown throws. He was picked off once, and the Hawkeyes sacked him one time. That's $150 courtesy of Mershman Seeds to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. 1 sack today, which equals a total donation of $150 courtesy of Mershman Seeds. That's the quarterback sack recap. For the year, Iowa has 14 sacks, a little over $2,000 raised for Children's Hospital. Of course, the lone sack resulted in a strip fumble, a scoop, and a score for defensive end Joe Evans, our star of the game, as Joe rumbled 11 yards into the end zone. Thank you, Mershman Seeds, for your support of Stead Family Children's Hospital and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawk fans, when the Hawks win, you win. 2 days after any Iowa victory, buy 1 delicious pothole frozen pizza with quick rewards. Quick rewards, that's easy to say, and get 1 free pizza, pothole pizza from Quick Start at any Quick Start location. Pothole Pizza at Quick Start, a proud partner of Hawkeye football. As we look at the Case IH Red Zone recap, nothing to tell you. The Hawks did not reach the red zone today against that outstanding Buckeye defense. The lone touchdown from the defense and a long field goal, 49 yards from Drew Stevens. So Iowa, a rarity, did not reach the red zone. But when they do, it's courtesy of Case IH. Case IH and the Case IH Red Zone recap. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. For the Iowa quarterback, Spencer Petras played the first half 6 of 14, 49 yards, 2 interceptions. Alex Padilla went the second half 5 of 10, 32 yards, 1 interception. Lost a fumble on his first play from scrimmage. Fumbled exchange between center Logan Jones and Alex, but Padilla, you know, he'll get other shots down the road. Hawkeyes leading rusher LaShawn Williams with 31 yards on 9 carries. Ohio State's Travion Henderson 38 yards on 11 carries. Mayan Williams just 19 net yards on 10 carries. Iowa's top receiver Sam Laporta went over 100 for his career at Illinois. Caught 6 more balls today for 55 yards with a long of 17. And for Ohio State, Marvin Harrison caught 7 for 62 yards. Julian Fleming caught 2 passes for 105 yards and a touchdown. Of course, 79, 80 of it came on that deep fade route to Fleming from C.J. Stroud. As the game was not in doubt at that juncture, but they were adding some touchdowns, maybe a little payback for 5 years ago in Iowa City, but doesn't matter. Ohio State wins at 54-10. For the game, Ohio State 360 yards to the Hawkeyes 158. 294 through the air for the Buckeyes, 81 for the Hawkeyes. Iowa rushed for 77 yards, Ohio State 66. And Eddie, that stat is one thing, but to elevate or illustrate, I should say, Ohio State came into the game today second in the country, a 58%. I had said 54 earlier. 58% conversion on third down. They were 3 of 13 this afternoon.
Now, how about that?
Incredible.
I mean, that and still came up with 54 points. So I don't know exactly.
Well, 6 turnovers had a lot to do with that. But with that, let's segue into Coach Ferentz, who joins us from the Hawkeye locker room. And Kirk, you said it to Robbie coming out of the locker room at halftime. Those self-inflicted wounds hurt you in the first half and would ultimately doom the Hawkeyes today. But the defense was spectacular. But the errors, especially against a team this good, that usually gets you beat.
Yeah, no question. And, just put the headset on. When you set 6 turnovers, that's a pretty good starting point right there. You're not going to beat anybody doing that. Certainly not this football team. They're a very powerful, talented team and playing well. So, that didn't give us a chance at all doing that. And, you can throw in, the punt. That's like a turnover there. We gave them the ball uncontested there, too. So, it's just you're not going to beat a team like this doing that stuff. And, I thought our defense really came out with good energy and did a lot of good things.
Boy, did it ever. We were just, I don't know if you heard, Ohio State, number 2 in the country, 58% converting on third down. They were 3 of 13. I think that more than anything illustrates how well Iowa's defense played in clutch junctures today.
Yeah, they didn't quit. We put them in some tough situations, but they competed hard out there. And, I think it seemed like a good job against the run. I haven't seen the stats, but, they weren't able to run the ball the way they have been.
66 yards, Coach, is all they got.
So that certainly helped. And, awfully impressed with their whole football team on tape. And same way now. But, I thought we did some good things. We just, had them out there too long and in tough circumstances.
Yeah, especially when you take your defensive backs who play every play, most of them, they run receivers in and out. Boy, those guys have to be in great condition.
Yeah, they really are, and we're thin back there right now, so especially on the outer edge. So, the guys are in there, and they're in there for the game, and, a lot of admiration for just the way they've competed. And this group, they got, 11 backs, so they had 4 really outstanding receivers out there and make it tough. And, they'll dump it off to the full or the tight end, every now and then. But basically, those 4 receivers are tough to defend.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison in particular, he caught 7 passes, but I thought the guys really defended them well for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, you pick your poison with those guys. They've got really good size, good ability, and good skill, and so it's a big challenge there, and felt really good about their running backs too. I had a lot of respect for them, and still do, obviously, but and they're good up front, and the quarterback does a good job. So tough task, and again, you put your guys in a tough position defensively. They're not going to hold up the way you hope.
Yeah, I think half of their offensive plays were wide receiver screens. Have you seen that on tape, or they put that in for us?
No, they do that, and that's part of their deal. And they do a good job getting the ball on the edge, and started out that way against Michigan State. I think first 2 plays they were on the perimeter, 2 screens like that, and then they try to they'll throw it down the field as much as anybody you play, and they did that a little bit too today.
Kirk, the decision to change quarterbacks, was that always in the game plan, or if Spencer struggled, or was that made at halftime?
No, it was just at that time we felt it was the best thing to do, and not that anything was really working or looking too good at that point, but just felt it was the best thing to do, and we'll just keep pushing forward here.
Well, regroup, Northwestern next week, homecoming, and from here on out, you're probably going to be pretty level in terms of favorites or underdogs with the remaining opponents, and so there's a lot to play for yet.
Well, our message in the bye week was it's a 6-week season right now, and we'll take them one at a time, just like you always do. And that's really where we're at right now. So our record's not what we want at this point, needless to say. But we got 5 opportunities, and we'll go in tomorrow, regroup, see what we can learn, and then it's all about the next game.
I like Deontay Vines out there today, Coach, for missing as much time as he did. He really he ran good routes, and it gives you another option.
Yeah, at least I was going to call him a veteran player. That'd be a misnomer, because it's like some of the guys, you forget these guys haven't played.
Yeah.
But he's been on campus, so he's been around. He's not a true freshman, and so hopefully that'll help. And we just got to figure out a real intelligent way to use our guys, the guys that we do have, and put our guys in better position to have success. And try to stabilize the line. I thought that was a big part of the issue today, especially at the initial part of the first quarter. We couldn't protect it all, and I don't care who's in there at quarterback. It's going to be difficult. So, but that seemed to settle down. Not that it was perfect, but I think saw some growth there, and we'll just keep trying to get it where we need it.
Lastly, Kirk, Joe Evans' play, big-time play for the touchdown after he got the sack.
Yeah, what can you say about Joe? He's just a high-energy, high-effort player, and, that's why he came as a walk-on, ends up being a scholarship player pretty short into his career just because of his effort and his energy. And, not surprised, not that you're counting on one of your defensive linemen to get a touchdown, but the fact that he was involved in that, not at all surprised. And I thought the guys up front really challenged a very good offensive line. Did a lot of good things there. We were in the backfield, maybe getting grabbed a little bit every now and then, but in the backfield and disrupting the quarterback, and saw some really good things there. So we just got to try to figure out what we can do to build off this.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
See you.
Coach Ferentz on today's 54-10 win by Ohio State over the Hawkeyes. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Time for our Iowa Pork Lineman of the Game, sponsored by Iowa's pig farmers. Just like the Hawkeyes linemen, pig farmers use continuous improvement to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. Well, we could give it to Joe Evans for that one play, but we're going to spread the wealth around a little bit today. Pork Lineman of the Game, Jack Plum, had his first sustained play in some time in that offensive line of tackle. And Hawks got the run game going a little bit in that second half, due in large part to Jack's blocking. So Jack Plum, the senior from Green Bay, and Lucas Van Ness, that outstanding young defensive lineman, had 4 total tackles, 2 solo. But you heard Kirk just mention he was in the backfield a lot, forcing C.J. Stroud, making him a little uneasy, made him sweat anyway.
You know what I was really kind of impressed with was Stroud has only been sacked 4 times this year. And so he hadn't had a lot of pressure, but he has really good feet. He ran out of some sacks where we really had him cornered, and he either threw the ball away or hit a secondary receiver. So that was a part of his game that I didn't know about, but we saw it today.
Time for our Iowa Corn Drive of the Game, Eddie, sponsored by Iowa Corn. Iowa Corn, we thank the corn industry for the meat, dairy, and eggs that we all enjoy, not to mention the countless number of other products that can be made from corn. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowансWin. It was a second quarter drive that led to the 49-yard field goal by Drew Stevens. The Hawks, their longest sustained drive of the afternoon, 10 plays, 44 yards. They gobbled up 5 minutes of clock, and it doesn't sound like much, but that gave the defense a much-needed breather when they needed it most.
Oh, yeah. That's when we figured if we could keep it close, the defense was doing their part of the job. If we could keep it close, maybe the offense could get going, but that just didn't happen.
54-10, that's the final. We'll step out, take a break here on the U.S. Cellular postgame show, and come back. We'll have some final thoughts from Columbus before we send it back to the Learfield studios and your normal post-game recap. We're brought to you today by Mid-American Energy. Mid-American can help save you energy and add to the bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com and learn more. And Blue is freedom to choose the doctors you want. Blue is affordable with plans to fit your budget, because Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plans. Get all-in-one plans with the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Find the right plan for you at wellmark.com/touchdown. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary dispensaries. Medicines shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Hawkeye fans, offering expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable Hawkeye gear, Authentic Brand Apparel has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop the premium selection of outerwear, hoodies, hats, and more at authentic-brand.com. Save 15% instantly with coupon code Hawkeye Radio. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I'm an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
Hawkeye football is on the air.
He's at the 15. He's inside the 10.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting your card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important